The lights are shining bright for prime time inside the Death Star. The Bruins of UCLA look to take down the house and win big in Vegas. But standing in their way are the 2-0 Rebels of UNLV. Welcome inside Allegiant Stadium. Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves on the call. An absolute exciting fest for prime time football Saturday night in the entertainment capital of the world, Johnnie. And an absolute statement will be made, but the question is, who will make it and what will it be?
You're exactly right, Wyatt. Going into a game like this, UNLV coming off of 2 straight wins against Sam Houston State and also against Idaho State. I think both of those games were perfect tune-ups for this game against a Power 5 opponent, a Big Ten opponent for that matter. And UCLA, they have all the glitz and glamour. They have the Jordan brand backing. Now they have Nico Iamaleava, who is now going to be the starting quarterback for this team. And you have this UCLA team coming off a game against Utah where they did not play their best brand of football. They are looking to come into Vegas and rob it blind. Almost like a little bit of Ocean's 11 if you look at it, Wyatt.
There you go. And taking a look at the offensive side of the ball for UNLV first, an absolute masterclass when you take a look at putting points on the board. You know, the 7th all-time right now in history and the career rushing touchdowns for Jet Thomas. We're taking a look at that right now. He currently sits at 23. He's looking to get 24 today and tie Jason Thomas. With that being said, this kid has been tearing it up the last 2 weeks. Taking a look at last week, 9 carries, 65 yards, and a touchdown. And the week before that, week 0, back here at Allegiant for the home opener, 147 yards on 10 carries and 3 touchdowns. What are you seeing from him today?
What I need to see from UNLV in this offense today is they need to hit UCLA exactly where they got hurt in that Utah football game. Against the University of Utah, they let up 286 rushing yards in that football game. They could not take care of the football, and they did have some turnovers. But if UNLV wants to win this football game, they need to make sure that Jet Thomas has a big imprint on this football game. He needs the ball. He needs to be able to make plays. If they are able to do that, that is going to open up that QB bootleg game with Anthony Calandria, who was phenomenal in the last game. Was it 19 for 23? Stats-wise, when you're looking at him and the performance that he had last week, he is coming off of a Mountain West Player of the Week on top of, on the defensive end, Amaris Brown at that nickelback position with the Mountain West of the Week honor for himself as well. If UNLV wants to win this football game, they need to run the ball efficiently. They need to keep the chains moving and need to understand that, yes, they are playing UCLA, but they have the talent to win this football game.
Calandria spoke at the time when he was in Virginia playing in games against Clemson in that big-time energy. He said, you just got to win the week. It's not about the actual game day. Of course, you know, you got to go out there and execute, but it's the preparation ahead of that and preparing at a high level. They're not worried about the big lights or anything. They're coming here to play ball, and as you had mentioned, he is coming off of an incredible week being named the Mountain West Offensive Player of the Week. 19 for 23, 249 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, and took it in to put the game away using his legs on a 13-yard run to seal the deal. And this kid has been electric so far as the quarterback one.
Absolutely. I think he's separated himself between him and Alex Orji. He has shown he is going to be the leader for this football team. Alex Orji still has a role on this team. UCLA, unfortunately, last week when they played Utah, had problems with the QB power game in the red zone. That's exactly the way that I think UNLV and Dan Mullen is going to deploy Alex Orji in this game if they're in those similar situations. The biggest matchup of the game that I'm seeing so far is Jaden Bradley versus Roderick Pleasant, the transfer from the University of Oregon for this UCLA team at the outside cornerback position. This dude is a speed demon. Back in the day, he broke the California State record for a 100-meter dash with a win legal time of 10.14 in 2022. This guy is a blazer. UNLV has to know that wherever he goes, he is going to have his eyes on Jaden Bradley and try to shut down that wide receiver who has started the year off on fire so far for this UNLV offense.
Now the defensive side, the defensive player of the week in the Mountain West was Amaris Brown. This kid has been playing well for the Scarlet and Gray. An interception in week 0 against Idaho State. Last week, returned one to the house 52 yards the other way to put some points on the board. What can you see about him and just how his preparation to finally shine and get the role and dominate the opportunity he's had in front of him?
Like we've said these last 2 weeks, when you're playing that nickelback position, you are the star of the defense. For example, one of the biggest guys in the National Football League that play the nickel position is Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey is an all-pro, perennial Pro Bowl cornerback, and it's because of his versatility. Amaris Brown is going to need to be that guy today. His biggest matchup today is going to be Mikey Matthews, the transfer from Utah out of the slot, coming back home playing for UCLA. He's going to look to have a big game for this UCLA offense, and they're going to need him. Nico is going to need his receivers to step up in this football game. The UNLV secondary is going to have eyes on them. They are going to get targeted at. UCLA is going to throw this football, and Amaris Brown needs to be on his A game, needs to stay where he is left off for these last 2 games.
Amaris Brown, earlier in the week, the senior from Tampa, Florida, had said at the press conference on Monday, taking a look at Nico Iamaleava, there's nothing special to him. We're not worried about, him being a high recruit and highly talented. He don't scare us. And that's the message that this defense is coming into today. And the Bruins heard that, but they know they have some work to do on their side of the ball. Taking a look at the star quarterback. He's originally signed in April of this year to join this program and take over and become the man that he knows he's destined to be.
Exactly. The dude is 6'6", 200+ pounds, and he's full of talent. He has a lively arm. He has everything that you want when you look at a prototypical quarterback in this league. There's a reason why NFL scouts are here for this football game today, and it's to see Nico and see how he's going to perform with adversity. But this UCLA offense is going to have to be more efficient on 3rd down. When they played Utah last week, they were 2 for 11 on 3rd down. If they want to be able to move the ball against this UNLV defense and score points, they are going to have to get the chains moving on 3rd down and give this offense some more points if they want to stay in this football game. Because as we know, UNLV coming into this game, they are averaging 38 points a game. This UNLV offense is going to be lively. They are not going to be afraid. They are going to make plays. UCLA is going to have the firepower to match that, and they're going to need their leader, Nico, to step up and show why he was the $1 million man coming out of the transfer portal.
Second-year head coach for the UCLA Bruins, Deshaun Foster, spoke this week about they need to execute. It's all the stuff that can be fixed. It's all in the details offensively and details defensively. You mentioned the 3rd downs, but being able to get out of those negative play situations to be able to keep moving the chains and get down the field and get in the end zone.
100%. Why? When you're at this level of football, you cannot make mistakes that are going to shoot yourself in the foot and put your quarterback and your offense in situations you do not want to be in. That is how you put yourself in a hole to start football games, and that is exactly what UCLA can't do. UNLV, for that matter, for in this football game, they need to be aggressive. They need to keep on going where they left off against Sam Houston State and understand that they have the talent to win this football game. They truly do. Dan Mullen has made sure that this team cleaned up a lot of the mistakes they had in that first game against Idaho State. And they are going to have to try to go against a big-time opponent in UCLA that is going to be desperate for a win heading into Big Ten conference play.
Coach Foster also added that UNLV is probably licking their chops looking at the film and how poorly they played. But he said, I'm excited for this because this team is going to be ready to defend their home field advantage. Now, with that being said, kickoff is right around the corner. If you're UNLV, what are the keys to get this win here today to go 3-0?
UNLV, they are going to have to run the ball. They have to. UCLA weakness, what we've seen so far on the tape and on the film, is that they are going to have a problem running the football. What does that mean? Not only do you need to deploy Jet Thomas as a runner in this offense, but you need to make sure that Anthony Calandria is going to continue to be a threat with his legs. If they're able to do that, that is going to open up Jaden Bradley, JoJo Earl, Troy O'Meara, and the rest of the weapons in this UNLV passing game. That's going to open up Corey Dennis's options with the play-action pass, and that is going to allow for them to be more aggressive. If they do that, UNLV has a great shot of winning this football game and starting the season off 3-0.
The Scarlet and Gray are 2-0 on the season so far, and the UCLA Bruins are 0-1. They meet here in Vegas for the first time in 10 years, and kickoff is underway. Deep back to receive the kick for the Rebels, who will take the knee, is returner Jalen Glover, the junior transfer.
UNLV getting this ball first on this drive. I would like to see them come out and be aggressive. And if you come out in this first drive and you score points, that is immediately going to put this UCLA offense in a hole and make them a little bit more desperate. That's where you get guys like Amaris Brown and Marsa McDuffie to be able to be aggressive on the defensive end and make plays. Let's see what they dial up on this first play here.
The Rebels will start off their first drive at their own 25-yard line. Trips right, trips left for the Rebels. Calandria will keep, goes up the side and barely makes it.
Offense trying to go and use a little bit of that wide receiver screen game on the edge defender. He was able to read his keys, stay on Anthony Calandria, and he was able to pick up 1 yard to keep this offense on schedule.
2nd and 9 for the Rebels here in the first quarter. Jet Thomas in the backfield, trips right. 13 on the play clock. Handoff up the middle. Thomas gets a couple yards, but is met by a number of Bruins, stopping him for a gain of 2 there.
That was a great job right there by the UCLA defense, walling up, not allowing Jet Thomas to show, and use that contact balance that we've seen him have in these first 2 games. What do? They get 1 man for the tackle, and then they get everybody to be able to wall up and commit to the football.
It's 3rd and 7 for the Rebels at their own 28-yard line. A big opportunity here to get off the field if the UCLA. Shotgun formation for the Rebels. It's going to be empty. Thomas at the far sideline. Trips left here for the Scarlet and Gray. Calandria by himself. 4 on the play clock. Looking right. Fires. No flag, and it is thrown. Bradley intended receiver on the pass, and that's going to move the chains.
Right there, you have Robert Stafford III being a little bit too physical right there with Jaden Bradley. If they're going to go empty, that means most of the time it's going to be man-to-man across the board. 3rd and 7 football, what does Anthony Calandria do? He gives his wide receiver a chance to make a play on the ball. Right there, we have a
and we take it down to our umpire, Tim. First and 10 Rebels at their own 42-yard line after that penalty there. The referees are now backing it up, changing the spot for this new set of downs for the Rebels. They will now have first down from their own 38-yard line. Shotgun formation for Calandria. Twins right, looking left, pressure up in his face, steps up out of the pocket, gets loose, diving effort, and is brought down at the 43.
That was a great job right there by Calandria. He's seen at the top of his read, he had man-to-man coverage on the outside, but unfortunately there was pressure coming up the middle. What does he do? He uses his legs to escape the pocket. What have we seen so far in the NFL? We've seen Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, and Patrick Mahomes all use their legs to extend plays and make positive plays for their offense.
Tackle there by Isaiah Chisholm, stopping Calandria for a gain of 5 there. Widespread offense, 2 receivers on each side. Handoff up the middle to Thomas. He's going to get a gain of around 3.
It's a good job, good play call right there by Corey Dennis. Just take what the defense gives you. Sometimes you're going to be able to get big plays, but right there you get a simple run and make it 3rd and 1, 3rd and manageable for this offense.
It is now 3rd and 1 at their own 47-yard line. Trips left in shotgun formation for the Rebels here. Calandria looking to the far sideline, pressure in his face, stiff arms a man, throws it towards the far sideline, intended for Omire, and he says he caught it. Waiting on the officials, and he does, inside UCLA territory at the 42.
That is an amazing play right there by Anthony Calandria, but what a great job by Troy Omire being able to use the scramble drill to his advantage. He's able to come back to the football, come back to his quarterback with the numbers, and make a big play right there.
A gain of 11 there, and the referees will blow it dead to review the play. We're going to step aside here. You're listening to UNLV football on Rebel Sports Network. Welcome back inside Allegiant Stadium. Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves on the call. You are listening to UNLV football here on Rebel Sports Net. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We have got those fixed now, and the Rebels, after review, completed the pass to Troy Omire, the transfer from ASU, and the Rebels are in UCLA territory, 1st and 10 at the Bruins 42. Shotgun formation, roll out left, connects, and it will be a first down and a little bit more with Nick Elksnis from Calandria.
What a great job right there by Corey Dennis, understanding that UCLA has come out so far in man-to-man defense. So what do? You get your tight end to do a simple little chop block, and that is called a tight end delay route. He fakes like he's going to block. The moment the defensive lineman engages with him, he's able to hop out and get right into the flat for an easy pickup.
The 11-yard gain to Elksnis, the transfer from South Carolina, and the keeper for Calandria acts like he's going inside, fakes outside, trying to get some yards, but is tackled behind the line for a loss of 2, brought down at the 32.
That was such a great tackle right there by Cole Martin, being able to make sure that Anthony Calandria was not going to get outside the pocket and make more plays, more dangerous plays with his legs right there. That was a great job by the nickel cornerback on that play.
Today's officials are from the Big Ten, and they are currently discussing a penalty flag on the play near the line of scrimmage. We'll await Tim Gover here. And a penalty on UCLA. Hard to hear who they called it on, but it is a face mask penalty. And they corrected the call. It is on UNLV. They said number 60, Malik McGowan. And that's why there was a little confusion up here. I was like, UCLA does not have anyone listed as number 60 on their depth chart.
Right.
So the Rebels now will have the ball at the UCLA 46-yard line instead of the 31. 1st and 25 near midfield. Calandria in shotgun formation, twins right. Thomas in the backfield with him. He looks left towards Omire, checks it down. It's actually Lee. He gets the catch and a lot. Blocker up ahead and a flag thrown on Omire after the huge gain by Lee.
That was a great job right there by Anthony Calandria, going through all his progressions and still being able to find his check down in Kevon Lee. It looks like it might be getting called back, though, from a hold on the outside by Troy Omire.
And another negative play there from a penalty for this offense. Potential stall out here in this opening drive.
That's exactly what you don't want if you are this UNLV offense. Obviously, there's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of things going into this game because they know it's a big game. But you have to stay disciplined. You have to keep the offense going into good situations. That's 2 back-to-back penalties that has now knocked this offense that was heading into the red zone back. Let's see how they answer. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from this UNLV offense. They just had to clean up these penalties.
Good play calling there from Corey Dennis so far. It's a lot better than 1st and 25. It's now 1st and 16 at the 38. Calandria play action, looking left, throws it down to Elksnis. Flag on the play again, and he's hit out of bounds around the 28-yard line by number 21, Cole Martin.
Again, another use of that tight end delay, but another flag so far in this game. You see those flags, they start to mess up the rhythm of the offense. When you're having those things that are going to disrupt the game and disrupt the rhythm that you're trying to create for this team, it's going to make sure you're going to have some sputters. Let's see how UNLV is able to adjust to these penalties.
Another offensive penalty for the Scarlet and Gray here. Currently 10:24 in the first quarter. Still the opening drive for the Rebels. 3 consecutive offensive penalties for the Rebels. It'll be 1st and 22. Coach Mullen talked 2 weeks ago, about making sure we do the little things right, because that's going to be the difference in these games. And opening drive, I know they're going to go back to this film and sit on the sideline and be like, what are we doing?
Exactly.
Empty formation for the Rebels. Calandria by himself. Takes a snap, looking left, fires quickly, connects with Irving. He's brought down at the 35.
Another great play call right there by Corey Dennis, understanding that if UCLA's defensive backs are going to play off-man coverage, what are we going to do? We're going to spread this offense out. We're going to allow Anthony Calandria to look through his reads and take the simple check down. Right there, he's able to pick up a good chunk amount of yards, and now it is 2nd and 14 for this UNLV offense.
Calandria with Glover in the backfield, trips right in shotgun formation. One safety for the Bruins on defense. Calandria looking to escape the pressure, but is brought down for a sack at the 38. And it's Jameer Johnson with the sack.
That's a great job right there by Jameer Johnson, understanding that, hey, it might look like a pass. No, UNLV actually deploys a QB draw. Anything Calandria tries to escape with his legs, unfortunately, they did a great job of containing him in the pocket. He's not able to extend. 3rd and 16 for the Rebels.
3rd and 16 with just 9 minutes to go in the first quarter here. Score is 0-0 on the Rebels' opening drive. Trips right. Shotgun formation for Calandria. Glover in the backfield. Quick pass to Irving. Tackled at the 32, and they're going to be short of a first down.
That's a great job again, Anthony Calandria, and making sure that when you're getting the ball out quick, I understand it's 4th and 16. It's a lot to go, but you don't want to make a turnover and get out of field goal range. What does he do? He picks up D'Angelo Irvin Jr. again for another big gain, and he's able to keep the chains not moving, but he's going to be able to give his kicker a chance to get 3 points here.
It's 4th down for the Rebels, and Viella is going to come out to kick this field goal from 49 yards out. The sophomore from Upland, California. Snap, hold, kick is up. It's got the distance, and it's in. Rebels lead here early, 3-0 over UCLA. You're listening to UNLV football here on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back inside the Death Star. Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves on the call here on Rebel Sports Network. The Rebels, about 7-minute drive, getting down the field and putting up 3 for their opener. And they're looking good. Couple penalties set them back. But now we get to see the defense against Nico Iamaleava for the first time.
Yeah, no, right there on that first drive by UNLV, you would like to see them get 7, obviously. But sometimes it doesn't go that way. When you get 3 straight penalties, that's going to back you up, and it's going to mess with the rhythm of the offense. Fortunately, Anthony Calandria did not play hero ball, did not put the ball in situations where you don't want him to have a turnover. He's able to allow the offense to settle for 3. Let's see what this UNLV defense can do.
And good coverage on the kickoff by the Rebels, stuffing the returner at the 18-yard line. And Nico Iamaleava last week, 136 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and a QBR rating of 50.4. Not the performance we are accustomed to seeing from this kid, but his 2 years and seasons at Tennessee as a starter for 18 games, 14 starts. He was 11-3, over 2,900 yards through the air, 21 touchdowns, and a completion rating of 64%. This kid can play, and we're going to see him here in just a moment.
Exactly. No, this dude has all the talent in the world. If you're on Madden and you're trying to make the perfect created quarterback, he is the build that you want. You want a 6'6" guy that has a live arm. Let's see what he can do for this UNLV or UCLA offense. I'm sorry.
Iamaleava in shotgun formation. Quick dump off to Jalen Berger. Picks up a big gain, but there's a flag on the play, and McDuffie is pointing towards the UCLA side.
Right there, it looks like UCLA was trying to start the game off with another quick screen game. but it might be another hold on the outside by those receivers.
These are some of those things that Coach Foster spoke of earlier in the week to clean up the little things and make sure we have our execution there. That is just poor execution there from the receivers blocking ahead.
100%, Wyatt. Right there, your first play of the game, you do not want to start the drive off behind. Now it's 1st and 13 when you could have picked up a 6-yard gain on that play.
1st and 13 for the Bruins at their own 20. Motioning to the far side, handoff up the middle, and got some room to run. He's going to pick up the first down and more. Tackled inside UNLV territory is number 21, Javion Thomas. What a run there.
Good hustle right there by Jaheim Joseph, making sure that play did not become a house call. But what a great call right there by first-year offensive coordinator Tino Cesari to be able to use a little bit of that orbit motion, sending that slot receiver in the backfield and making it look like it's a read option. Nope, I'm going to give it right to my running back. He's going to make the play.
Now after that 32-yard run, 1st and 10 for the Bruins. Handoff up the middle for a gain of about 4. Tackled by Touchet Atalea.
Right there, they use a great use of the pre-snap motion to put Jalen Berger in a position to where he gets a different look from the linebackers. When you shift the running back right there and go double running back in the backfield, the defense does not know where the ball is going to go. Right there, they take what they can get. They get a pretty good gain on 1st down.
2nd and 7 after that 3-yard gain from Berger at the Rebel 45-yard line. Rebels lead 3-0 here in the first quarter with 6:15 remaining. Play action, pressure, hit, and brought down on the play. What an awesome hit there by Jaheim Joseph.
Great job by Lucas Conti and Jaheim Joseph being able to be aggressive to the football. They did not hesitate. They allowed Nico Yamaleva to step up in the pocket. What did they do? They collapsed. They get the tackle. That's a big sack right there by Jaheim Joseph from that strong safety position, coming down and making a big sack.
3rd and 11 after the sack from Jaheim Joseph. Now at the 49-yard line, trips left. In the backfield is Woods. Yabaleava looking. Pressure, forced out left, sacked again. And this time, guess who? Donovan Spellman. Correction. Landon Thomas.
That's a great job right there by Landon Thomas, and this honestly could have been a hold call. He had a guy right there basically horse collaring him. Ref doesn't call it. What do? You play through it. You play till the whistle ends. He's able to make Nico get outside of the pocket. He still is in pursuit. He makes a big stop right there for this UNLV defense to give the offense the football back. That's exactly how this defense wanted to start this football game.
And after some struggles defensively on those first few plays, they have a resounding and resilient stop. The offense will come back out here just on the other side. The Rebels lead 3-0 here. 4:41 remaining in the first quarter. You're listening to UNLV football on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back inside Allegiant Stadium. Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves on the call. Thank you so much for tuning in and sticking with us here on Rebel Sports Network. The Rebels lead 3-0 here in the first quarter, 4:41. And the opening drives for both offenses, the Rebels go down, be able to put down a 49-yard field goal via the leg of Ramon Viella. And the stall on the offensive side for the Bruins came by the 2 sacks from Jaheim Joseph and Logan Thomas.
That was a great job by the UNLV defense coming in the game and setting a tone. We are not afraid of this Nico guy. We're not going in here and going to play down to a level that we don't want to play at. We're going to come here aggressive, put our hard heads on, and win this football game. That was a great tone setter for this football.
1st and 10 for the Rebels at their own 19, and it's Orji taking the snap, handoff. Thomas on the outside, quick, and there's a flag at the line of scrimmage again for this offense. Expect this one to come back.
Look like JoJo Earl on the outside again. When you're a wide receiver and you're getting those holding calls, a lot of it has to do with angles. When you take bad pursuit angles when you're looking for those blocks and you allow the defender to get past you, sometimes you have to let your hands go because you don't want to make it a negative play for the offense.
And this penalty is on the defense of UCLA, moving the Rebels forward here.
So right there you have a edge defender getting a little bit too antsy, and he gets above the line of scrimmage. UCLA so far, they do not want to come into this game and have penalties and set their defense up for failure. Same thing goes on the offensive side of the ball. You have to come into this game ready to play. I don't know if that was the case coming in right now.
The dual threat quarterback with a big arm, Alex Orji, hands it off on 1st and 5 to Thomas. He picks up the first down and is brought down for a gain of 6 at the 30.
Right there. I think Corey Dennis is doing a great job of understanding that it is still early on in the season. It's only game 3. But what you're doing when you put Alex Orji in this football team and put him out there on the field is if now the defense has to key in on the quarterback read option game. They don't know if Orji is going to keep it or if he's going to give it to Jet Thomas. That makes a dangerous backfield duo, almost like what we see the Ravens do with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. Whether they're going to keep it or whether they're going to pull it, it keeps the defense on their toes, and you still have to worry about Orji's arm.
Heavy set for receivers on the far sideline. Keeper for Orji on the right, trying to get outside. Hit below the knees and gets back to the line of scrimmage. Tackled on the near sideline by number 2, Andre Jordan.
That's another great job right there by Alex Orji, just trying to get what he can. That was a tough 1 yard. He basically ran the entire field to try to get that 1 yard. But another great tackle, again, by Cole Martin at that nickelback position. He is coming down and basically being another extender of that run defense, making sure that whatever quarterback comes out and runs is going to make sure he feels his presence.
Calandra comes back into the game. Motion Earl to the far sideline. Handoff Thomas up the left side. And is brought down for a gain of 4 near the 35.
Nice hard running there by Jet Thomas, using those jump cuts to use the easy halfback draw to get what he can, setting up this UNLV offense for 3rd and 5.
The Rebels lead 3-0 here at Allegiant Stadium. First quarter, 2:25 and counting down. It's 3rd and 5 for the Rebels on their 2nd drive of the day.
It's a big down right here for the Rebels. If they convert this, they're able to move into plus territory.
10 on the play clock. Calandria looking. A lot of time in the pocket. Flushes out right. Looking to run. He does. Cuts back up. Makes a man miss. And picks up the first down for a gain of 6.
Anthony Calandria, these first 3 weeks, has shown that he truly is a dual threat quarterback. What does he do? He fakes and makes it look like he's doing the scramble drill with one of his wide receivers. No, I'm actually going to hit the 1-2 step, get outside of that cornerback's frame, and make a play for this football team. Anytime you see quarterbacks at a high level, know that if their progressions and they go through the reads are not there, they need to use their legs as a weapon. That's exactly what Calandria does to get the first down on that play.
It's now 1st and 10 at their own 41-yard line. Minute and a half to go in the first quarter. Quick throw to Thomas in the flat. Gets outside. Breaks a tackle after trucking a man. and it's pushed out of bounds near the 48-yard line for a gain of 8.
Another great call by Corey Dennis, understanding that, hey, my quarterback just made a big play with his legs. Let's settle him down. Let's throw it out to the flat and give it to our playmakers. What does Jet Thomas do? He goes out, he makes one man miss, and he's never going to allow the first defender to get him down. And then he runs. If you hit him as a defensive back, anybody, that's like running into a brick wall. This dude is built sturdy. He gets a good pickup for the Rebels.
Less than a minute to go here in the first quarter. Rebels lead 3-0. Pressure off the edge and a horse collar tackle. It's a sack, but 2 flags are thrown, and the Rebels will be thrown into UCLA territory.
Looked like that play right there was a tit for tat. We do have a hold probably on Kevon Lee, but then you also get the horse collar. Again, this game so far has been mucked up by penalties. Let's see what the refs call so far.
And the face mask call on the defense is going to move this offense 15 yards forward. Flag is on Scooter Jackson from Compton, California. Last year played at Utah Tech here at Allegiant Stadium for the home opener. Remember calling him a couple times.
Pretty familiar with the Allegiant Stadium so far. Might have to see if it's a little bit of an Airbnb, but how often he's been able to come back to this UNLV facility.
First and 10 for the Rebels at the UCLA 37-yard line. Less than 30 seconds to go in the first quarter. They lead by 3 under center. Calandria play action rolls right. Looking deep. Intended for Elksness. Overthrown, and a flag on the play inside the end zone. It's going to be a defensive pass interference.
Again, every time UNLV's offense is able to use that bootleg pass game, what does it do? It makes the safeties and everybody come down. That's when you're able to have your tight end run those corner routes and get over the top of the defense. Anthony Calandria sees he has his first read, Troy O'Meara. He's covered. What does he do? I'm a gunslinger. I'm going to make a play. He gives his guy a shot, and it ends up in a defensive pass interference, which is great for this UNLV offense.
The Rebels move up to the 22-yard line after that defensive penalty. The 5th penalty on the Bruins on just the 2nd offensive drive for the Rebels. 18 left in the first quarter. 1st and 10. Calandria finds Elksness across the middle. He's in. Touchdown Rebels for a 22-yard strike to put the Rebels up by 2 scores.
Right there, another great play call by Corey Dennis, being able to use Jaden Bradley as a decoy on this play. They have him on the outside. He motions inside. What does that do? That moves the linebackers and opens up the seam. The seam is going to be the middle of the football field, right between the numbers. That is where you have those hash marks. That is exactly where the tight end, Nick Elkinis, is able to fit right in that seam, make the great catch. Anthony Calandria puts it right on him. That is 6 for this UNLV offense.
Anthony Calandria finds Nick Elksness, the transfer from South Carolina, on a 22-yard seam route for his first touchdown in the Scarlet and Gray. And with the PAT, Viella puts it through. The Rebels lead 10-0 here at Allegiant Stadium. You're listening to UNLV football on Rebel Sports Net. If you're just joining us now here inside Allegiant Stadium, the Rebels are taking over. They lead 10-0 over the Bruins here in the first quarter. 13 seconds remain following a huge drive from the Scarlet and Gray, moving down the field and punching it in for 7 for the first time today.
Again, this UNLV offense took great advantage of those penalties by the UCLA Bruins. They are not playing discipline. When you get a pass interference call like that to put the offense in the red zone, you're going to put your defense in situations you don't want to be in. These mistakes have hurt UCLA. What does UNLV do? They capitalize on it. Anthony Calandria puts the ball on that seam route exactly where it's supposed to be. They're able to get the touchdown to go up 10-0 in this football game.
Last week, the UCLA defense allowed 43 points and 492 yards, and so far the Rebels already have 10 on the board and 109 total, and this offense is looking good. Now the defense had stoutness written all over it. Minus 10 passing yards for the Bruins offensively, but they were able to find some success via the run game.
Right now, yep, UNLV is going to have to plug those holes in the run game, but UNLV, what I want to see from the defense right now is I need them to stay aggressive. They have been trying to get after Nico and make sure that he is not comfortable in this pocket and not comfortable throwing the football. Now, in a 10-0 hole, what does that mean? You're not going to have as much of a consistent running game because you are playing behind. If UNLV knows that, they need to deploy this pass rush. They need to send Amaris Brown off the edge on a nickel blitz and get after the quarterback.
Javion Thomas in the backfield with Iamaleava. Hands it off. No. Keep. Little play action there. Dumps it down to Berger, who picks up the first down. And that's going to take us to the end of the first quarter. Rebels lead 10-0 here on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back to the entertainment capital of the world here inside the Death Star. Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves. The Rebels lead 10-0 at the start of the second quarter, and the most jarring statistic for the team so far has been the time of possession. The Rebels have had the ball for 11:27. Meanwhile, UCLA just over 3.5 minutes.
Exactly. So far, UNLV has been able to capitalize on those 5 UCLA penalties that have accounted for 48 yards and put UNLV in position to make plays. UCLA, they need to make sure they stay on schedule and they need points on this drive.
1st and 10 for the Bruins at their own 35-yard line. Twins right. Handoff up the middle to Thomas and brought down for a gain of 2 at the 37.
It's a great job right there by Andrew Powdrill to be able to come up from that cornerback position on the short side of the field and make a tackle. Once you read that it is actually not a pass, but it's a run, you need to come down as that short side corner and make a tackle. He does exactly that in the backfield.
McDuffie and Lee credited for the tackles there. It's 2nd down and 8. Trips right for the Bruins. Thomas in the backfield. Handoff. Fighting for yards, dragging a couple Rebels, and falls down at the 44.
Anthony Woods right there just doing a good job of running that inside zone, picking up what he can, and making it a manageable 3rd and 2. This is going to be a big down for not only this UCLA offense, but the UNLV defense. If they get a stop here and get that offense the football back, its game might get away from UCLA quicker than they would have liked it to.
Yamaleava, 3rd and 2 from their own 43. Handoff off to the left side is Woods, and he's short at the 44.
It's a great job right there by Blessing coming downhill and making a big tackle at that linebacker position. When you are playing the Mike or the Will linebacker, you still are responsible for meeting running backs in the hole and making sure that you know the down and distance. That's exactly what he did on that football play.
Tackle by Blessing Alualu Tue Olemodu, the sophomore from Kalihi, Hawaii. And we have an injured Rebel on the field. We'll be back on the other side. Stick with us. Thanks for sticking with us here on Rebel Sports Net. 3rd down call comes up short, and the Bruins will go down and go for it on 4th and 1 at their own 44-yard line. Yamaleava quick to the line of scrimmage, shotgun. And it's Berger in the backfield with him, trying a hard count. Now he gets the snap. He's going to keep it, use his legs, diving effort. And let's see where the officials mark it. He's brought down around the 45. We'll see what the official ruling is. And it looks like the chains are moving.
It's a good job right there by Nico, understanding the down and distance of what he needed to pick up to get that 1st down. He goes, and it looks like he's going to give it to Jalen Berger. Nope. He's able to take it, run a man over just a little bit, and get the 1st down. It looks like for this UCLA Bruins team that needed to get a spark on offense.
1st and 10 at the 46-yard line. Yamaleava in shotgun formation. Play action, fake to Berger. Almost intercepted, hit as he throws by McDuffie. Incomplete pass.
Looks like right there Nico had the RPO option. But when you're having those RPO plays, the wide receivers don't know if they're actually going to be running the route sometimes or if they're going to be blocking. Right there, it looked like Nico and his receivers had a little bit of miscommunication, and the UNLV defense was able to rush him to get the ball out clean. Let's see if that happens again, and if UNLV's defense is able to capitalize and make a big play.
Rebels lead 10-0 here in the second quarter. 12:42 remain. Full pistol formation for Yamaleava. Keeps it, and it's tackled behind the line of scrimmage for a loss. Spellman on the play.
Great job right there by Spellman, understanding that, yes, they did come out in that pistol formation, and they're running the pistol. They did a triple option. That's where he has 3 reads. And on that play, Spellman is able to read his keys, keep his contained, and keep his eyes on Nico's hip and make a great shirt tackle for a negative play.
Spellman, the original Rebel, to grab him and wrap him up, and Ole Modu brings him down. Quick screen here to the near side, connects, but is short for a 2-yard gain to number 7, Mikey Matthews. And it's 4th down for the Bruins.
Right there, it looked like the Bruins are trying to make something happen, giving the ball to one of their top playmakers, Mikey Matthews, the transfer from the University of Utah. That's a guy that's not the only time we're going to hear his name. Right there, they tried to use the wide receiver screen, and Marcel McDuffie on the outside is doing a great job of meeting the wide receivers, making plays, and making sure they're rallying to the football, making sure tackles. UNLV is able to get this offense back and potentially score more points to go up in this football game.
Deep back for the Rebels is D'Angelo Irvin Jr. Punting it for the Bruins is Carroll. From their own 45, pins Irvin at the 15. He tries to return it but gets nowhere, and the Rebels will start at the 15.
Great tackle right there by the gunner, Kanye Clark, being able to make sure that D'Angelo Irvin was not going to make that play, an explosive play. Great shirt tackle right there by the gunner.
We're going to step aside here. The Rebels lead 10-0 inside Allegiant Stadium with 11:17 remaining in the second quarter. You're listening to Rebel Sports Network. Welcome back inside Allegiant Stadium. The Rebels lead 10-0 here on Rebel Sports Network. Anthony Calandria coming back onto the field for their third drive, 6 of 6, 76 yards, and delivered a 22-yard pass to Nick Elksness for the first touchdown of the day. And this offense is looking good, and they're taking the field now.
Exactly, Wyatt. Let's see if UNLV is able to continue to play picture-perfect football on the offensive end.
Keeper option for Calandria. Runs off the left side and tackle near sideline for a good gain of 16, but there's a flag on the play.
It's another great job right there by Calandria. Again, using that quarterback read option and showing that Alex Orji isn't the only quarterback on this football team that can use his legs and make big plays. Right there, he shows you would like to see him get down, make sure he's not taking big hits. But the guy's a gamer. He's a football player at the end of the day, and he's going to come in and play physical.
And their fifth penalty on the day, called a holding for the offense. It's going to bring it back.
Looks like it was on number 55, Donovan Mason. When you're having those big guys right there at left guard, they're going to sometimes, again, it's all an angle thing. Sometimes those referees, when they're seeing that you're not allowing that defender to let go and get after the quarterback, they are going to call that flag every time. That's where you get now 1st and 5 for this UNLV offense.
A 15-yard gain is now negated. The Rebels, it's now 1st and 5 at their own 18. Glover in motion to the far side. And a pre-snap penalty is going to stop it here. False start on the offense.
If you're UNLV, this is not how you wanted to start this drive. You want to be able to keep the chains moving, keep the momentum that you've had going on so far. These are 2 mental mistakes. Let's see if UNLV is going to be able to reset themselves, keep the chains moving, and keep it positive.
False start on the offensive line. It's going to bring this one 5 yards back. So they start where they go back to where they originally started. It's now 1st and 10 at their own 13. The Rebels lead 10-0 here in the second quarter. 10:35 remaining. 9 on the play clock. Spread offense here. Calandria, handoff up the middle, and Glover's not going anywhere.
Right there, UCLA doing a great job of defending the A, B, and C gap. There was nowhere for Glover to go on that run. He's only to get 1 yard, but it was a tough run yard. We'll live to fight another day. We'll see if UNLV's offense can make something happen on 2nd and 9. Biggest part about this, though, is UNLV is also churning that clock. Like we mentioned before, the time of possession is heavily favored in UNLV's way. If they're able to keep the ball away from Nico, it's going to mess up the rhythm of that UCLA offense.
2nd and 9 for the Rebels. Trips right. Calandria firing outside. No one there intended for Jaden Bradley, who we have not seen a lot of yet today, but last week absolutely went off. 6 catches, 125 yards, and the opening touchdown against Sam Houston on the road.
Right there, one of the first times we've seen Anthony Calandria and Jaden Bradley kind of not be on the same page right there on that slot fade. And it was just great coverage by Kanye Clark, the free safety coming out of Sacramento, California, and Capital Christian School.
3rd and 9 here for the Rebels, backed up at their own 14. Calandria, pressure has to roll out. Fires, connects on the far sideline. And it's Tayshawn Lyons for the 1st down.
Again, there you go. Another dude in this UNLV offense that, again, we haven't heard very much of Tayshawn Lyons so far in these first 3 games. But that does not mean that you do not have the same responsibilities as a wideout on this offense. And Anthony Calandria was able to scramble out, use his legs to extend the play. What a big 1st down for the UNLV Rebels.
Big conversion there off the 14-yard reception for Lyons. And the handoff up the middle, brought down around the 30, is Glover.
It's another great tackle right there by Keyshawn Bennett at that defensive tackle position, being able to make sure that Glover wasn't only going to be able to just explode and get to the 2nd level. They hold him to 2 yards on that play.
8:50 remaining in the half. Rebels lead 10-0. Ball at their own 30. It is 2nd and 8. Calandria in shotgun formation with Glover in the backfield. Looking, fires down the far sideline, intended and connects. What a catch there by Reynolds. Inside Bruin territory for the huge gain.
What an amazing pitch and catch by Day Reynolds and Anthony Calandria. He is able to recognize UCLA so far in this football game has played press man coverage. What does that mean? I'm going to give my receivers a chance to make a play on the football. That's exactly what he does. And Anthony Calandria puts the ball exactly where only Day Reynolds would be able to catch it and still be able to take the hit from the safety over top. Beautiful pitch and catch right there.
32-yard gain inside Bruin territory, connects with Day Reynolds, the senior transfer from Pitt. Calandria looking, has some time, rolls out right, and it's going to have to throw it away. Incomplete there, 2nd down.
Again, another great play by Anthony Calandria. Even if it is an incomplete pass, sometimes the best play, again, Wyatt, is the throwaway. Quoting this great John Gruden, who knows that if you're a quarterback, after you just made a great play like that, you don't need to do too much. You need to keep this offense on schedule. That's exactly what Anthony Calandria does. He's able to know that he has 2 more downs to play with, and UNLV is going to continue to be aggressive with those downs.
Jet Thomas back in the game in the backfield with Calandria. He sits 7th all-time in career rushing touchdowns at UNLV, and he gets the football here. Has to bounce outside, a little Marcus Allen-esque run, and picks up a good gain there of about 10.
Right there, they use a great job of the orbit motion from the wide receivers, trying to mess up the linebackers where they're trying to get downhill and get after the running back. Right there, Jet Thomas sees that the hole that he was supposed to go into was completely filled up. What does he do? Exactly what he's been doing all season. He bounces it to the outside and is able to pick up a big first down for this UNLV offense, and they are creeping closer and closer into the red zone while milking the football clock.
Thomas remains on the field with Calandria. 7 minutes to go in the second quarter. Handoff, Thomas off the left side, stutter steps, and is brought down for a gain of about 2 near the 25.
Another great tackle right there by number 52, Keyshawn Bennett, being able to stay on his keys as that defensive tackle and understand that you can't let Jaden Thomas continue to make explosive plays. He's only able to hold them to 2. But again, UNLV is doing a great job of mixing up the run and the pass. While doing that, they are also milking this clock, which if you are UCLA going into now, it is looking like 6 minutes into the second quarter. You are not able to have the football. That is not what they want with UNLV creeping in the scoring position.
Calandria, handoff up the middle. Again, Thomas chugging his legs and picking up a gain of 4 for third down.
Jaden Thomas doing a great job right there, turning his legs as a running back, taking what the defense gives you, picking up a tough 4 yards. He's able to show, hey, I'm not just going to be an elusive guy. I can run between the tackles and show that I have bell cow back ability. UNLV knows if they want to win this football game, he's going to have to be a vital piece of the run game. He's showing that so far today.
Prior to the snap, the Rebels have yet to get into the red zone, but they already have 10 points on the board. 3rd and 4 at the 21. Calandria snaps looking, has to throw it quick, intended deep down the sideline and in. O'Meara for his first touchdown in the scarlet and gray.
Troy O'Meara right there using a little bit of extras on the touchdown celebration. But again, if UCLA is going to play press man-to-man coverage, what is Anthony Calandria's job? It's to give the ball to your playmakers. When you have a big body X receiver like that playing on the line of scrimmage and he's running a fade go route and he has nobody over the top, no safety help, with all that space, all Anthony Calandria had to do was put the ball high. What does Troy O'Meara do? He high points it, get the big touchdown for this UNLV offense.
And that's the talent and intangibles that we have yet to see and finally have been presented here inside Allegiant Stadium. The Rebels lead 17-0 with 5:39 remaining in the half. You're listening to Rebel Sports Net. It has been all UNLV in the first half here inside Allegiant Stadium. The Rebels lead 17-0 over the Bruins, who were heavy favorites. Going into this game, everyone expected UCLA to dominate and show that last week was a fluke. But this time around, the Rebels are answering the call, and it ended off on a 10-play, 76-yard drive fueled by Leons, fueled by Day-Day Reynolds, and capped off by Troy O'Meara, who was fresh off the college football playoffs last season with Arizona State in that game against Texas, and he makes a big-time play in a big-time game here in Vegas.
Exactly, Wyatt. Again, UNLV is showing that they are not going to be greedy. They are going to spread the love. You saw a catch right there by Tayshawn Lyons on that drive, but then you go back. Troy O'Meara has been waiting to get his number called. He's going to be somebody that UNLV's offense is going to lean on this season. Again, if UCLA is going to play press man-to-man coverage with no safety help over the top, Anthony Calandria's job is to give the ball to his playmakers. He has done exactly that so far. That was a beautiful fade ball for the touchdown on that play.
Down 3 scores, 5:33 remaining in the first half. Nico Iamaleava is only 2 of 3, 17 yards passing, and in the negative and in the rushing category because of those 2 sacks he took in the first drive. He takes the field here. Shotgun formation. Looking. Has to roll out right. Throws it in the flat and connects with Thomas, who cuts back upfield and picks up the first down after a gain of 12.
That's a good job right there by Nico, being able to go through all his progressions and take the easy check down. UCLA on this drive, they are running a 5-minute drill. They do not want UNLV to get the football back, but they are hurrying up right now.
Thomas up the middle and brought down at the 40 for a gain of 4.
UCLA right now, they're playing against the clock, so they do need to speed things up. They understand that if you look at the time of possession, UNLV is at 17 minutes. UCLA only has 7 minutes and 22 seconds of time of possession. That is how you lose a football game. They are playing from behind. They need to score points, and they need to score them fast to get back into this football game.
2nd and 7 for the Bruins. Woods in motion, and Iamaleava connects to Gilmer for a gain of 5.
Good job by Nico, again, taking the easy read, getting Quasi Gilmer his first look and first target in this football game. And again, playing that hurry-up tempo. Sometimes you're going to be moving a little bit too fast. What does Nico see? He recognized that UNLV is playing zone coverage. They're going to play a little bit of cover 2, cover 3. I'm going to take the easy read and get as many yards as I can.
3rd and 2 for the Bruins. Heavy shotgun formation up the middle. Fighting for extra yards, but it's not going to get anywhere. Woods stopped short of the first down marker.
Another great job by Blessing, being able to fill that gap and come downhill as a hard-nosed linebacker. UNLV's defense so far has done a great job of stuffing the line of scrimmage when they needed it most. This is going to be a big 4th down call by UCLA. If they do not convert this and give the ball back to UNLV's offense with 3 minutes left, this game might be over sooner than UCLA would have liked it to be.
On the last 4th down attempt, they got it. Fumble there and stop. The Rebels defense bends but not break. Turnover on downs, and the offense is coming back on the field.
Another great play at the nickel back position by Amaris Brown, being able to understand that UCLA wants to run the running back and quarterback read option. What does he do? He is not fooled. He keeps his eye on Nico and understands that if I'm going to make a play, I have to come downhill and be aggressive. He makes one wrap-up tackle. He doesn't. What does Andrew Powdrill do in the backfield as the cornerback position? He cleans it up, makes a short tackle, makes sure that Nico fumbles the football. That's a huge stop to give UNLV's offense the football back.
Brown, Powdrill, and Fulton on the play to stop the line of gain. You're listening to UNLV football here on Rebel Sports Net. The Rebels off a huge fourth down stop. Powdrell, Brown, and Fulton on the stop. And now the Rebels offense take over. They lead 17-0 here. 3:30 remaining in the first half. 1st and 10 at the UCLA 44. Little change of formation here. Calandria under center. Play action. Screen for Lee. Gonna bounce outside, cuts back, and pushing yards using his legs, and picks up the first down for a gain of about 10.
That is a great job by Corey Dennis and this UNLV offense coming into this first drive back with the football using change of pace. What do? They motion their tight ends out. They go to 11 personnel. And then they make it look like they're going to run the ball. No, they're going to give it to the receiving back, Kevon Lee. He does the rest. Great job by the UNLV offensive linemen getting to the second level and keeping those linebackers and safeties block, allowing Lee to follow his blocks and pick up big yards right there.
2nd and 1. He was 1 yard short of the line to gain. Play action off the edge and sacked. Hit hard by number 15, Anthony Jones. A loss there. And whistles coming down. Stoppage of play. Timeout for UCLA. What a play there.
That was an explosive play off the edge by Anthony Jones. Right there going against the right tackle, James Faminu. He just quickly is able to use that explosive rip move to get right to the quarterback. Anthony Calandria did not see him at all coming from that blind side, and he was absolutely leveled. Luckily, Anthony Calandria is okay walking under his own power. Let's see what UNLV is going to be able to do out of this timeout.
We're going to quickly step aside here. Stick with us on the other side here on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back inside Allegiant Stadium. Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves on the call. Thank you so much for sticking with us here on Rebel Sports Net. Head coach for UNLV, Dan Mullen, spoke at the press conference on Monday and opened his statement with, "This is by far the most talented group we've played against looking at this UCLA game. We must pay attention to the detail and minimize costly mistakes." And they have done so far through 1.5 quarters, soon to be 2, as they lead 17-0.
This UNLV offense, and the whole team for that matter, has came in and shown that they were ready for this football game. They understand that the lights are bright, and they have shown so much promise with this Dan Mullen football team that they are being coached well and know what's at stake in this football game.
3rd and 9 for the Rebels. Empty formation at the Bruins 43. Quick screen there to Irvin. He picks up a gain of about 5, but he's short to the line of gain, tackled at the 39.
UNLV, that was a kind of a play knowing that they have 2 downs to make this. Dan Mullen wants to win this football game. So what does he do? He takes the play, gets the easy yardage right there to give it to D'Angelo Irvin. He's able to pick up good yardage. That makes UCLA take another touchdown to potentially get the ball back. UNLV is going to go for it here. They have to. They have to stay aggressive, try to push this to 24 or 20 points to end the half.
UCLA takes their second timeout of the first half with 2:30 remaining in the quarter and in the half. Rebels lead 17-0. It is 4th down and 4 at the 38-yard line. And from here, it would be a 55-yard field goal if they trust the leg of Ramon Viella.
Now, I don't think UNLV at this point, it's not necessarily like they don't trust them, but there's a lot of meat left on this bone. They need to be able to get it. Right here, they are thinking more than just 3 points. They want to get 7. Let's see if their aggressive play call pays off right here.
Empty formation, Calandria by himself. 4th and 4 at the Bruins 38. 18 on the play clock. Pre-snap audibles here. Calandria making some adjustments at the line of scrimmage. Less than 8 on the play clock and ticking. And timeout Dan Mullen. They're going to review what they're going to do here.
Looked like UNLV was trying to use a little bit of that. Hey, it may look like we're going to make this play. Maybe we're trying to get you guys offsides to get an easy first down. Then they call a timeout knowing the play clock was winding down right there, Wyatt.
If your head coach, if your offensive coordinator, Corey Dennis, what's the play you're going to be calling here on 4th and 4?
Right here on 4th and 4, obviously you have a lot of different options at your disposal. What I do like from UNLV, knowing that UCLA is playing off-man coverage, if they're not going to press, I would like to see these slot receivers run some type of out route and give Anthony Calandria options to go through his progressions, find the right read, and then if that does not happen, use his legs to be able to escape from the pocket and get a first down here. Right now, UNLV is looking for a silencer. If they're able to get it in the first half of this game, go into halftime with a big lead like this, it will do wonders for this football team.
4th and 4 at the Bruins 38. Trips left, shotgun. Calandria fires across the middle, connects with Gums. He catches at the 30 and is brought down at the 21. A gain of 17 there on 4th down.
That's a great job, again, by Anthony Calandria looking and using his tight ends in the seam. If UCLA is going on that sequence, they were playing zone defense. Right there, the linebacker was supposed to be in his zone responsibility. He actually had to go off and cover, and both Vaughn and Chisholm were not able to fill that up. He perfectly puts the ball on where only, again, Marvarquez Gums is able to get it and make the big 4th down play.
That 14-yard gain will take us to the 2-minute timeout. The Rebels lead 17-0. You're listening to Rebel Sports Network. Rebels lead here 17-0 with 2 minutes to go in the first half. And Johnny, Anthony Calandria has been tearing it up, 12 of 14, 171 yards, and as of right now, 2 passing touchdowns.
Right now, I've seen UNLV in this offense, especially with Corey Dennis, show so much confidence in throwing the football. For the second straight week, Anthony Calandria has done exactly what you're supposed to do at a high level at the quarterback position. And what has he done? He has not turned over the football so far in this football game. UNLV has put themselves in a perfect position to win this football game heading into halftime, and the time of possession speaks for itself.
1st and 10. At the Bruins 24, Lee in motion to the near side, throws to the far side to Gums, flag on the play, caught and hit out of bounds at the 22 for a gain of 2.
Right there, UNLV, I like to see them switching things up a bit. Right there, they put D'Angelo Irvin actually in the backfield and had Kevon Lee, the running back, in motion out of the slot. Let's see what the flag is on the play.
Send it down to our umpire, Tim Gover, and it's offsides on the Bruins defense. Looks like number 14, LaRue Zamorano. So now it's 1st and 5 at the Bruins 19, inside the red zone for the first time today for the Rebels. Correction, 2nd time. Handoff Lee, up the middle, gets some room, cuts back inside. Touchdown Rebels! 19-yard carry for Kevon Lee, and he does it with class.
Right there, Kevon Lee being able to use the simple halfback sweep to get into the end zone. He makes one man miss, uses 1-2 juke move, gets to the second level, and does not allow arm tackles to get him down. Him and Jaden Thomas have shown that they're going to be a valuable 1-2 punch heading into Mountain West Conference play. And UNLV, would they have liked to waste more time on that possession? Yes. But if the opportunity presents itself and you have a chance at a 24-point lead, that's exactly what you want.
We were talking in the pregame to keep an eye on Jet Thomas because he currently sits 7th all-time on the career rushing touchdowns for UNLV. He is 1 behind 6th all-time in Jason Thomas. But Kevon Lee, what a run.
What a run. Kevon Lee has shown that, again, both him and Jalen Glover have shown that they want to have a role on this offense. They want to know that Jet Thomas can also rely on them and get a breather when he needs it. And Dan Mullen has to love what he's seeing from his running back room today.
Awaiting the PAT is Viella. Snap. Hold is no good. Muffled. And Viella dives on the ball. The Rebels will not convert that, but they still lead 23-0 here. 1:49 remaining in the first half. You're listening to UNLV football here on Rebel Sports Net. The Scarlet and Gray are absolutely putting on a show here inside Allegiant Stadium. They lead 23-0 against UCLA. Yes, Johnny, you heard that right. 23-0, and 1:49 remains in the first half.
So far in this football game, it has been all UNLV. Not only have they dominated offensively and defensively, but they have made sure that they are using this home crowd to their advantage. If you look here at the scene in Allegiant Stadium, there is a sea of red. You only see little speckles of blue and gold in the crowd, and they know that they have the backing of not only this university, but this entire city. They have played Dan Mullen football, and they have absolutely dominated UCLA in this football game so far.
Last drive, 5 plays, 44 yards in just 1:41, fueled by the 19-yard rushing touchdown by Kevon Lee, and a 15-yard penalty after the play puts them at the 20 to kick this one off. And this return will make it to about the 35, 36-yard line for a gain of 21.
If you're UCLA right here, you are playing the 2-minute drill to a T. Right now, you cannot end this drive without points. They are going to be aggressive. So, if UNLV's defense knows that, their defensive back room has to be ready. Jake Pope, Andrew Powdrell, Amaris Brown, they all have to be ready for shots to be thrown down the field. Nico is going to have to show that arm strength and show that he is going to be the leader to put them in this football game. They need to get points to end this football, to end the half.
1:44 remaining in the first half. Both teams are going back to the sideline, and it looks like we're going to have to re-kick the kickoff here. Not exactly sure what's taking place on the field, but going back to the point you're making, on Monday, Amaris Brown and Calandra were both on the podium, both because they were named the Mountain West Defensive and Offensive Player of the Week on their respective sides, and both of them were just adamant on small details. We've been in big games before. We're not making this bigger than it is. We win this game through the week and the preparation we've done. And such great preparation. They put up 23 so far and have put a shutout on defense.
Exactly. I think all phases so far, other than special teams and that botched field goal attempt or point
PAT,
after attempt. Yes, point after attempt. They have been locked in on doing the right thing and playing the way they need to play to win this football game. I think UNLV, when you come out of those first 2 games, you might be riding high. You might feel a little bit too cocky. They've come into this game humble and understanding that going into Mountain West Conference, they are going to need to play big games and play at a level that is going to potentially put them back in the Mountain West Championship. We have seen that level of play today.
Viella kicked it off from their own 15 and drilled it all the way back to around the 10. And that return is brought down at the 39 for a gain of 29 there. What a boot.
Yeah, what a great kick to be able to pick that from his own 15 and get the ball all the way there. But if you're UCLA on this drive, you have to be aggressive with the football. You cannot allow Nico to just throw 5-yard outs or 5-yard checkdowns. They are going to throw the ball to their weapons. Marky Matthews and also Quasi Gilmer, you have to look out for them. This UNLV secondary, bend but don't break.
Yamaleava pressure, has to roll out right using his legs, but gets a gain of about 1 and a flag thrown out from the back judge. Curious to see who that one is on.
It's a great job right there by Chief Borders being able to come off the edge and flush Nico out of the pocket. Today, so far, he has not been able to be comfortable enough to go through all of his reads, all his progressions, and hit his receivers when he needs it the most because of this UNLV pass rush being relentless.
Chief Borders last 2 weeks may have not put out the stats that we normally see, the tackles, the sacks, but this kid has been impactful to say the least.
Exactly.
Two penalties there. Tim Gover, holding call on number 72 of the offense, Garrett DiGiorgio.
If you're UCLA,
on the edge.
If you're UCLA,
and then a
right
delay
there,
of game.
delay of game
on the Rebels.
Yeah, no, if you're UCLA right there, again, you cannot have holding penalties back this ball up. Right now, you are in the need to get points. Penalties are not going to put you in a position to win this football game. You have to play smart, disciplined football, and that is why they are in the hole that they are in this football game so far.
Penalty on DeGiorgio and on the UNLV defense. Now makes it 1st and 10 at the Bruins 44. Iamaleava in shotgun formation. Motions out to the left, searching, fires across the middle, and connects with Gilmer for his 2nd catch of the game, and he gets into UNLV territory at the 41.
That is one of the great passes so far that Nico has been able to have time in the pocket and deliver. He's able to hit Quasi Gilmer right over the middle on that crossing route.
And the hurry up fires outside again, but not on the same page. Outside intended for Titus Mokayo Adimalala.
That's a great job right there by Titus, being able to flush and get pursuit on the quarterback. Right there, Nico was trying to, again, go through his reads, go through his progressions. But when the pressure is in their face, as a quarterback, you have to be able to get the ball out, and that's exactly what happened right there. Pass incomplete.
Mokayo Adimalala from UCF. Iamaleava forced to use his legs and picks up a gain of about 8 on the run.
Good job by Nico right there, stepping up in the pocket, trying to make sure that that play didn't turn into a sack. Adeleye was right behind him on his tails.
Under a minute to go in the half, 3rd and 2. Thrown outside, fighting for more yards. And the extra effort by Matthews gets it short to the line of gain. Almost a 1st down.
Right there, Mikey Matthews, again, playing on that outside in the slot, trying to get that 1st down. This is a big play right here by UNLV. If they get a stop on this play with 36 seconds left, that is going to be huge.
And a penalty flag pre-snap. We'll see what Gover announces here. No penalty there, but the last play will be under further review. We're going to step aside here. 35 seconds remaining in the 1st half. Stick with us here on the other side. Welcome back inside Allegiant Stadium. The Rebels lead the Bruins 23-0. And after further review, the throw and catch to Mikey Matthews, fighting for extra yards, is still marked down short of the line to gain. So it'll be 4th down and 1 at the UNLV 32.
If UNLV's defense is able to get a stop here on this 4th and 1, knowing that UCLA is going to go for it, they need points. They don't need 3. They need 7 in this position. Right now, if they get this stop, this game will be blown away. Let's see if UNLV is going to be able to get a big stop. And notable for UCLA, they are 0 of 5 on 3rd down in this football game so far. They need to be able in the second half to convert on 3 downs. They need to.
It is now their 3rd attempt on 4th down right here. They have gotten 1 of the last 2. 4th and 1, Rebels lead 23-0. 35 seconds remain inside UNLV territory at the 32. Awaiting the back judge to tie his shoes, and now the Bruins will be able to come out of their huddle.
For the UNLV defense there, you have to be aggressive. Hard hats to the football, ready to make a good sure tackle.
8 in the box for the defense, breaking a tackle, and some more is Berger. He picks up the 1st down for a gain of 7.
Big 1st down right there by Jalen Berger, being able to shrug off that arm tackle and get the 1st down. Much needed 1st down by UCLA.
And hurries up to the line, spikes it for 2nd down now. Good clock management there by UCLA.
Good job right there by Nico, understanding that they're playing up-tempo right now. Everything needs to be in the best interest of getting 7 points for this offense. They're trying to do that. They pick up the 1st down. Now it's setting up 2nd and 10. Let's see what they have dialed up with these last 28 seconds.
28 seconds remaining. Trips left. Shotgun formation. Woods, the motion man left. Fires near side. Connects with Gilmer. Near the 1st down, but not quite, and the clock is ticking. No timeouts for UCLA.
Exactly, Wyatt. No timeouts for UCLA in this situation. They need to hurry the football up.
12 seconds. 10 and ticking. Iyamaleava quick, incomplete, way short. Intended for his tight end, number 81, Hudson Habermel. And it's now 4th down again with 7 seconds remaining, and they're going to bring on the field goal unit.
That is a great job by the UNLV defense holding this team to a 3-point field goal attempt. Right there in that situation, UCLA desperately needed 7 points.
32-yard field goal attempt for the Bruins kicker, Mateen Bagani, the 6'1" junior kicker. 7 seconds. Snap. Hold is good. Kick is up. And it's in. The Bruins score finally on their last play of the offense. And a Rebel is down on the field, shaken up, hobbling. The Bruins finally get on the board. The Rebels lead 23-3. 4 seconds remaining in the 1st half.
Right there, UCLA, again, sometimes you got to take what the defense gives you. Right there, UNLV shows enough discipline to not let up a big play. They hold the team to 3 right there. And UCLA is going to have to hope and pray that they come out in this second half, have a lot more energy, play with a sense of urgency. Because if they don't, it's going to be a long flight or drive back to LA.
Absolutely. Looks like LaTerrence Welsh hobbled off the field, able to go on his own power. Hopefully that young man is okay. Going into the halftime break, if you're head coach of UCLA, Deshaun Foster, what's the message going into the break?
Right now, they have to play tough. They have been out-toughed and out-physicaled in this football game, and they have been out-disciplined. That is exactly why UCLA is in this 23-3 hole, because if you're going to have turnovers and you're going to not convert on 3rd down and you're going to make sure that you're not putting yourself in a position to make plays because of the penalties that you are making, you are not going to play disciplined football and football that is going to win you the football game. And if UCLA wants to win this football game heading into Big Ten conference play, they are going to need to put their hard hats on, strap up their chin straps, and make sure that they come ready and prepared in the second half. If they don't, it's going to be tough sledding, not just for the rest of this football game, but for the rest of their season.
The Rebels lead 23-3, And deep back is Jalen Glover for the Scarlet and Gray. 4 seconds remain in the half. And Bagani with the squib kick. Taken there and received by number 28, Christensen. And that will take us to the end of the first half. The Rebels lead early here, 23-3. Their 2-0 start might look like 3-0 in just a little bit. Stick with us here on the other side of this halftime break here on Rebel Sports Network. Welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada. In the Valley is the Death Star. Inside the broadcast booth, Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves. The story of this game has been all UNLV. They lead 23-3 over UCLA, and an absolute stunner and how dominant both sides of the ball has been apparent all game long, Johnny.
Yes, in this West Coast battle for the West Coast here today, Wyatt, UNLV has shown that they are the more disciplined team. They are the smarter team. They have watched film, and they were ready to come into this football game and win the football game, not just come here and compete. They have shown that in this Dan Mullen era, they are not going to let their foot off the gas. They are going to show that they are a premier program, and they are trying to turn into what UCLA at one point was. In this football game, we've seen UNLV come out and be aggressive. That's exactly what they need to do in the second half. They need to stay aggressive, do not get complacent, and do not allow mistakes such as penalties or turnovers to creep into this football game. If they do that, they'll put themselves on the track to win this football game.
The Rebels have put up 235 yards in total offense. Meanwhile, the Bruins, who are now about to take the field for the first time in the second half, have only put up 110. Calandria has been playing absolutely phenomenal. 12 of 14, 171 yards, 2 touchdowns on the day, and he's been getting after it and getting going. And we're going to see Nico Iamaleava take the field again. He's only 7 of 10, 59 yards. A lot of struggles, but hopefully he was able to go back inside at half, correct some things, and adjust. And with that, 1st and 10 from their own 25. RPO handoff up the middle is Thomas for a gain of 4, brought down at the 29.
It's a good RPO play call right there by their offensive coordinator, but UCLA has to realize that on this drive, there is no such thing in football as a 20-pointer. You need to be able to stack, sustain drives, and get this football in the end zone. They need points, but they have to understand that they still have to play smart. They don't need to get everything on this drive.
Iamaleava down the far sideline, connects and finds Mokayo Adimalala for a first down there.
That's a good job right there by Titus being able to run that quick out route, and Nico being able to put the ball right in his receiver's chest, right on his numbers, and allow him to make that hands catch and potentially get some yards after the catch. That's a great job to get a first down and not put this team in a position for 3rd and long where they have not been consistent today.
1st and 10 for the Bruins at their own 41. Off the reception there of Titus Mokayo. And he connects again, but is hit hard by Pope across the middle. He picks up the first down, but is smashed at the 49 inside UNLV territory.
That's a good, strong catch by Gilmer, and what an unbelievable hit by Jake Pope to come downhill from that safety position to get a big hit. But it looks like Andrew Powdrill may be injured down on the play.
Powdrill down on the field. We will step aside momentarily. Stick with us here on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back to Rebel Football here on Rebel Sportsnet. Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves on the call. UCLA has the ball to open up the second half. They now trail 23-3 against UNLV, and they are on the Rebels' 49-yard line.
Right now, after that play by Jake Pope, we haven't heard too much of his name being called today, but still, he still wants to be able to put an imprint on that game. Right there on that RPO slant route, Nico was able to put the ball exactly where the wide receiver, Gilmore, was able to catch it, try to get that first down. He was able to do that. Let's see what they can do here.
1st and 10 from the Rebel 49. Yamaleava motions over Titus and throws it to Mikhail Altimalala. And he runs for a gain of about 9, brought down at the 40.
Good job by UCLA right there, using the wide receiver screen game to be an extension of the run game, but looks like we might have another flag on the play for UCLA.
Their 8th penalty of the day, and it goes against the offense.
Again, we have another situation right there where UCLA, with those receivers on the outside, are trying to create some space, and they're still putting their hands on a little bit too long and are not allowing these defenders to get let go of.
1st and 15 now from the UNLV, their own 46. And a big play here, and thrown out of bounds is number 6, Anthony Woods. Big pickup there. And a flag, a late one on Jaheim Joseph on the near side UCLA bench with his helmet off.
Yeah, it looks like this one might be getting up called back again. UCLA being undisciplined. You have a lineman there coming with and going straight to Jaheim Joseph, almost taunting in his face. It looks like that is going to back up this offense.
And that call is on right guard for UCLA. Julian Armea, the redshirt junior, stands 6'6", 320. The unsportsmanlike penalty will bring back the offense. It's the little things, not only doing the minute details, but also the discipline and self-control after the play is over.
Exactly, right there. That is something that you don't want. The guy is out of bounds. You have a defensive player back there with his helmet off, and you go right up to him and try to get in his face. That's not what you want to set up this offense for success.
Yamaleava connects and finds number 28. Isaiah Carlson on the carry, and he picks up the first down.
That is a great job right there by Jack Peterson, showing that rack ability, what is his yards after the catch. He is able to run a man completely over, and he does that to Trey Fulton right there on that play. UNLV defensively on this possession, though, they have to understand, if they allow 3, that is a success. Right now, you want UCLA to continue milking time off this clock.
Peterson from Murrieta, California, picked up the first down there. And a gain of 3 from the legs of Thomas.
It's a nice run right there to number 21 at the running back position, Javion Thomas, just getting him to run that simple inside zone for 2 yards. Sometimes, again, it's not always going to be a home run play, but you need to keep this offense on schedule. We need to stay out of penalties and keep having positive plays. They do that right there with the run with Thomas.
Now 2nd and 8 on the Rebels' 32-yard line. The Bruins are marching down the field. They trail 23-3, and a pre-snap penalty there, and it's a false start on the offense.
Again, you have another big mishap, again, by that UCLA offense. If you're going to want to sustain this drive and continue to have good things happen for the offense, you need to be able to play disciplined football. They have not done that today, and this is another situation where they've helped the UNLV defense and have not helped themselves.
That backs them up now. It's 2nd and 13 at the Rebels' 37-yard line. 11:27 to go in the third quarter. Yamaleava shotgun formation. Woods in the backfield. Hammermel, the motion man. Now he throws it outside. Woods tries to make a move, but falls down at the 33-yard line for a gain of 5.
Right there, that's a great job by Nico being able to go through every single read in his progression. Ultimately, he was able to give it right down to his check down, but Anthony Woods trying to make something happen, some type of explosive cut. He actually loses his footing, drops down to the ground. It's 3rd and 9 for the UCLA Bruins on a big 3rd down here.
Big 3rd down indeed. The Bruins so far have been 0 for 6 on 3rd down, 3rd and 9 at the Rebel 33. Yamaleava, pressure up front, fires, connects, and caught at the 19. It's Makayo Arimalala with the 1st down and the first conversion on 3rd down.
That's a great job right there by Arimalala, being able to be available for Nico on that play.
Quick play here, throws in the end zone, incomplete pass intended for Mikey Matthews. He wanted a flag for pass interference, but covers there by Amaris Brown, the defensive player of the week in the Mountain West.
Right there, that is what we call blanket coverage out of the slot in that nickel back position. This was a matchup that I was looking forward to before the start of this game. What Amaris Brown was going to do with Mikey Matthews. Right there, he's able to stay within his hip pocket, not get too handsy at the catch point, and is able to get that stop right there for the defense.
2nd and 10 from the Rebels 18 inside the red zone. Matthews, the motion man to the far side, and tackled for a gain of 2 by Egbase.
Good job right there by Egbase being able to hold his contain at the defensive end position, but you also have Jake Pope holding it right there, coming downhill as that safety position, making sure that he was going to wrap up and meet Berger in the hole. That's a great job by Jake Pope at the safety, coming downhill, ready to tackle.
Berger with the 1-yard gain, tackled by Osei Egbase. It's now 3rd and 9 for the Bruins here. Trips right, shotgun formation. Woods in the backfield. And a pre-snap penalty again for the Bruins. And that's going to cost them here on 3rd down.
And if you're the Bruins, again, another false start penalty on this drive. And again, number 72, Garrett DeJorio. If you are running this offense and you are offensive coordinator today, you do not want to be able to come behind the sticks and have negative plays when you are in the red zone and you need points. Now, UNLV's defense, they have to bend but not break. This is the big 3rd and 14. If they can hold the Bruins to 3 points here and give the offense back the football, it would do wonders for this team.
11 penalties for 92 yards in this game for UCLA. Not a good style of football to play, and a very costly one at that. And UCLA is going to have to take a timeout as the play clock was winding down. We're going to step aside here. The Rebels lead 23-3 as the Bruins march down the field and are on the 22-yard line. You're listening to UNLV football here on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back to the entertainment capital of the world, and the best show in town is under the primetime lights. The Rebels lead 23-3. Meanwhile, the Bruins are marching down the field in Rebel territory at the 22-yard line. This current drive opening the second half with 9:05 remaining in the third quarter. 10 plays, 52 yards, and 5.5 minutes so far. This bench for UNLV is warming up. They look lively. They look energy. UCLA looks a little dead, looks a little sluggish and just tired.
I think you're seeing, Wyatt, the effects of when one team has 2 games under their belt and one team only has 1. When you have that game experience and you know what it's like to be in a pressure situation in a stadium, the fans are involved, and you have all that going into the football game, and then you take into account the loss that UCLA suffered to Utah last week, and there was a lot of things that they could have fixed. A lot of this is sloppy football. UNLV, on the other hand, has 2 games under their belt where they've been able to practice and work out those kinks, get those penalties out of their system, and it's shown today. UCLA having those 11 penalties, and especially on this drive, I believe it's been at least 3 or 4, it has backed them up and stalled the rhythm of this offense. Let's see if they can capitalize on a big 3rd and 14.
UCLA lost their home opener 43-10 to Utah last week, and they trail 23-3 here. Iyamaleava looking, pressure, has to roll out right, fires down the far sideline, fighting for the ball. Oh, what an interception! Mumu bin Wahad, and goes down at the 5. He has been injured for the last several weeks, and his return has been noticed here.
That was an incredible play by Mumu bin Wahad, being able to keep his eyes on the football. You thought the tight end was able to make that play. No, he stays with it. He rakes his hands and gets the football up and back out into space. He's able to keep his eye on the football, make a great concentrated catch. They get a big interception in the red zone. That is exactly what UCLA did not want out of that play.
Partner, there looks to be a flag on the play. We'll hear from Gover here. And they will get Mumu bin Wahad with the pass interference and move the chains forward and make it first down for the Bruins. They were playing hand fighting there for the ball. What do you see there, Johnny?
Right there, I see bin Wahad getting there just a little bit too early. It wasn't necessarily when the ball was in the air. It was before. If in the field of play, if you make contact with the receiver before the ball is in the air in the football, they're going to call pass interference every single time. If you think back a couple years to back when the Rams played the Saints and they got away with a big call that the referees did not call, referees have been on top of pass interference since.
1st and goal at the 10. Handoff up the middle is a gain of about 6, and that's Woods on the carry.
It's a great, strong job by Woods right there, being able to bounce off a big hit from Jaheim Joseph and still keep trucking. And that's a good run call on 1st down to make it 2nd and 4. Let's see what they could do. They need to get points out of this drive. They hopefully can get a touchdown. Nico, so far, I like the ability to stay on track and keep this offense moving, although it has taken a lot of time off the clock, knowing they are down 3 scores in this game.
Iyamaleava in pistol formation, 2nd and goal at the 4. Berger in the backfield. Play action towards the flat, connects, and he's in. Touchdown Bruins to Fox Flores for the TD.
Again, that's another use of the tight end delay. When you have those tight ends playing on the line of scrimmage, you're able to put them out in space and make the defense leave them open because they do not know who to be accountable for. Right there, they do a great job of, again, using the RPO game and allowing Nico to pull from that running back, get it out in the flat to his wide open tight end for the first touchdown for UCLA in this football game.
7:48 remains in the third corner. Awaiting the PAT is Mateen Bagani, the kicker for UCLA. Snap, hold, kick, up and good. The Rebels still lead 23-10. The Bruins score on their opening drive in the second half. You're listening to UNLV football here on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back inside Allegiant Stadium. The Rebels lead 23-10, but the Bruins have a good start to the second half, bouncing back after a rough first 30 minutes of the game. A long, grueling, but successful opening drive. 12 plays, 74 yards, over 7 minutes of possession there, and they cut the lead down to 13.
Yeah, right there by the Bruins, you're able to see them fight through adversity. Today, this first half of the football game has not gone their way. Coming into the second half, they did exactly what they were supposed to do. They were able to get in the end zone and put points on the board with this offense. Now, their defense has to hold this UNLV Rebel offense. Rebel offense, they have to make sure that they do not make mistakes. You have a lot of time in this football game. It is now a 2-score game. But you need to keep your foot on the gas pedal. You do not want turnovers. You do not want mistakes to give this UCLA team some life and put them back right in this football game.
Deep back for the Rebels is Jalen Glover. He's going to let this one go behind him and touch it back. So the Rebels, their opening drive of the second half will start at the 25.
Yeah, I like to see the Rebels again. The key to winning this football game is establishing the run and imposing their will at the line of scrimmage. If they're able to do that with a combination of Kevon Lee, Jet Thomas, the superstar, and then also Anthony Calandria and the way that he's been able to use his legs today, there will be more good things and hopefully points coming out of this drive for the Rebels.
UNLV opens their drive at the 25, 1st and 10, 7:48 remaining in the third quarter. The handoff to Thomas up the left side. Good run there for a gain of 8.
That's a great job, again, by UNLV and Corey Dennis, understanding that when you have the read option game, you're going to keep these defensive ends not knowing whether the quarterback is going to keep it or the running back is going to get it. That being said, Anthony Calandria is able to hold the ball even longer and give Jet Thomas even more of a bigger hole to burst right through.
Thomas, the motion man to the far sideline, empty formation here, trips right for the Rebels. Calandria by himself, looking down the seam, fires deep for O'Meara, into double coverage, incomplete pass. Great defense there by number 21, Cole Martin.
Again, another great job, a defensive back used right there by Cole Martin, being able to stay on top of Jaden Bradley. And again, Anthony Calandria is a gunslinger. If he sees something that he likes in a coverage that he thinks he can exploit, he was going to do that right there. He tries to give his superstar receiver, Jaden Bradley, a shot. Unfortunately, he's not able to come down with it. Let's see if UNLV can get the big third down conversion.
3rd and 2 at their own 33-yard line. Thomas in the backfield. Calandria commanding this offense. One on the play clock, looking across the middle towards the sideline, and no good. Intended for Earl there towards the near sideline.
Right there, UNLV has to settle for the 3 and out to start this drive. That's not what you wanted if you are UNLV. Now you are giving the football back to UCLA, and basically 37 seconds ran off the clock, and they are already going to be getting the football back. If you're a fan of UCLA, you have a lot of joy and a lot of excitement to be getting this football back and getting UNLV's offense off the field.
Deep back to receive this punt, Mikey Matthews. This one's a little short. Fair caught at the 32, and a penalty on the near sideline at the UCLA bench. And that will take us to a timeout break here in Allegiant Stadium. The Rebels lead 23-10. The Bruins will have the ball when we come back here on Rebel Sports Net. After a quick offensive drive, the Rebels have to punt it, and the Bruins take over at the 31-yard line. They have some life after a good opening drive in the second half, and now they have another opportunity to close the distance even more.
Yeah, no, the Bruins on that last drive, they were not only able to get 6 points, but 7 points out of that drive, Wyatt. And if you're looking at what they want to do to continue this second half, they need to continue to capitalize on points. But in order to get themselves back in the football game, they cannot shoot themselves in the foot. They need to continue to have long, sustained drives and not have penalties.
1st and 10 at their own 31, 6:53 in the third. The handoff up the middle to Woods for a gain of 1.
That's a great job right there at the linebacker position by Kamuela Kuehe, being able to fill that gap. And I'm sorry, that's actually going to be number 44, Wasale Muvesi, being able to come in at that defensive tackle position, plug up that A gap, and not allow for UCLA to start this drive with a big gain on the run.
The senior from Provo, Utah, Waisala Muvesi with the stop. Imalevea throws across the middle and connects with Matthews, moving the chains, and tackled at the 47.
It's a good route right there by Mikey Matthews out of that slot with Amars Brown in coverage, being able to come across the middle, come friendly to the ball. When you're a receiver, you want to come down your stem. Coming down your stem means that you're going to be able to come across the field, not drift up the field and meet the ball, but you want to come to the ball. Nico is exactly able to put the ball right where it needs to be.
Yamaleava in shotgun formation, widespread receivers here. He's going to keep it, throws, and he connects with Frias the second for only a gain of a few yards there.
It's a good job right there by Nico. You understanding that with that RPO game, you have a little bit of leeway when it comes to keeping the ball, running it, and passing it. Right there, he understands that he still has his check down out there in the flat. He gets it out to Frias, and is able to get a little bit of yards. We do have another flag on the play, though.
Referees discussing what the penalty is on the field. We will await umpire Tim Gover. Penalty on Justin Flo, the redshirt senior transferring from Arizona with a late hit penalty there. Cannot afford to do that in this potential momentum shifter in the third quarter.
Nope, you said it exactly, Wyatt. Again, the biggest name of the game in the second half for UNLV is don't make wrong decisions. Right there, if you're Justin Flo, you see your teammates already have rallied for the tackle. You do not need to come in, have a crash-out mentality, and make a big hit on the defensive receiver. That is a mistake that Dan Mullen is going to probably get into him for.
And the previous play will be under further review, as the tackled man was Frias the second. He was going down and Flo connected with his head, so they will be checking for targeting. Meanwhile, we will step aside momentarily. Stick with us here. You're listening to UNLV football on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back to Allegiant Stadium. Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves inside the broadcast booth. If you're now just joining us, a tackle for a couple yards turns into an ejection. Justin Flo, unnecessary roughness, hits a man as he's going down, and it hits off the top of the head. He has been ejected from the game. The former 5-star recruit is out of this competition here.
Exactly. When you have the talent like Justin Flo, being able to be such an athletic linebacker, coming from the University of Oregon and most recently the University of Arizona, you want a guy like that to be able to be a leader for this football team and not make crucial mistakes. Right there, he makes a crucial mistake when they are already making a wrapped-up tackle. You do not need to put not only your safety, but another player's safety in jeopardy. He does that right there. Unfortunately, he's going to be out of this game for UNLV. But the bigger factor in that kind of moment is you are now giving UCLA not only more yards, but more momentum to come back into this football game.
So now the Bruins have 1st and 10 at the Rebel 33-yard line, marching down the field. The Rebels lead 23-10. Yamaleava looking left, pressure from behind, has to step forward and diving to get back to the line of scrimmage. He might have gotten a yard there.
That's a great job right there by UNLV Rebels, understanding that they can use the QB spy game. Right there, they completely keep Nico in the pocket, keep the QB contained, and number 4, he's able to have great bend. Andrew Paltrow is able to come back and have great bend from that cornerback position, almost looking like a DN, and keep Nico in the pocket, suffocate him, make him step up, only gain 1 yard. It looks like it might be 2nd and 10 again.
Yamaleava still a -5 rushing yards after those sacks earlier in the game. Pistol formation. Play action across the middle. Knocked down by Alualu Tuoleolemodu. Good hands there by the linebacker.
That is a blessing to be able to jump up in the air, get hands on the football. You would love to see him be able to get an interception right there. But again, UNLV in the game of football is all about being able to know your personnel and know what they're trying to do. UCLA today has been trying to get back into the RPO game. What does Blessing do? He understands not only do I have to fill the run gap, but I have to make sure I'm a free safety in the backfield. He puts his hands up, gets the deflection, big 3rd down for the Rebels.
The Bruins are 0-7 on 3rd down today. Pressure. Yamaleava fires across the middle, juggling catch. And what a play there by Gilmer to come down with it, as it looked like he almost lost it, but he did not. 1st down Bruins.
That was an amazing play by both of the skill players right there. You have Andrew Paltrow laying completely out to stay in coverage on that play, but what incredible concentration by Gilmer to be able to keep his hands and his eyes on the football, make a secure catch, use his body to brace the impact, and get a big 1st down for this UCLA offense.
And after that play, Dan Mullen takes a timeout for the Rebels, so we will too. The Rebels lead 23-10 as the Bruins are in the red zone at the 20. Stick around for more UNLV football here on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back inside Allegiant Stadium. The Rebels trying to hold it down here on their own 20-yard line. Yamaleava finds Matthews in the flat. He goes forward trucking and gets a gain of about 4, brought out of bounds at the 16.
That's a good, strong catch by Mikey Matthews. Again, using that screen game. When you're able to get those wide receivers involved in the screen game, it's, again, another extension of the run game. Nico Yamaleava has been able to keep the chains moving and make sure that all the things that he's doing on this drive have been positive. Right there, I would like to see Mikey Matthews have a little bit better sportsmanship. We've seen already some taunting today. Let's keep the game clean, fellas.
Yamaleava on 2nd and 6. Hand off to Woods up the middle and swarmed and brought down by Pope Jr.
Good job right there by Pope being able to come down from that safety position with a hard hat. Pope has a lot of the same qualities like a Harrison Smith on the Minnesota Vikings. He's able to come down with some vengeance, meet those running backs in the hole, and is not afraid to tackle. Again, another big 3rd and 2 right here for the UNLV Rebels. If they can come out of this drive only holding 3, again, keeping that same mentality of bend but do not break, it will be big for this defense.
3rd and 2 for the Bruins at the UNLV 12. It's Berger in the backfield. 2 tight ends off the left side. Little motion there. Yamaleava across the middle. Connects to Gilmer, but he is short by Welch on the stop.
That was an amazing switch. Right there, there was bracket coverage. In bracket coverage, you were going man-to-man across the board. But what did Marcel McDuffie and the rest of these cornerbacks for the UNLV team do? They communicated with each other. They understood that even though Gilmer is coming in motion, we have to pass it off. They passed it completely off perfectly, able to get a secure tackle for a big 4th and 1.
4th and 1 at the 11. Berger in the backfield, 2 tight ends, 3. Keeper for Yamaleava. He's going to go get some more yardage and is short of the goal line. What a run there. 10-yard gain.
Great job by Nico right there, calling his own number, being able to know the down and distance, understand that I need to get 1 yard from my team. He uses that big 6'6" frame to be able to run between the tackles. Marcel McDuffie with a key tackle to make sure that Nico doesn't get in the end zone and gives his defense another opportunity to make a play right here.
It is now 1st and goal at the 1 for the Bruins here, who have an opportunity to cut this lead down to a 1-score game. Shotgun formation, Yamaleava with Berger on his right side. Hand off to Berger, and he is held behind the line. Huge stop by the defensive line of the Scarlet and Gray.
That was an amazing job by defensive tackle Cohen Fuller. Right there, that is exactly why we call defensive tackles nose tackles. He's able to put his nose right in the middle of that gap and completely fill it up for Jalen Berger to be able to get into the end zone. It is now 2nd and goal for the Bruins, and let's see what they can dial up here on this play.
2nd and goal for the Bruins here. You hear the Rebel chants in the background. Shotgun formation, 4 receivers on the right side. Motion left is Titus. Hand off to Berger up the middle, and he's stuffed again. This time the anchor of the defense, Marcel McDuffie.
Marcel McDuffie coming down with bad intentions, understanding at the linebacker position, I need to get from the 2nd level, come downhill, and meet this running back in the hole. He does exactly that and stops all 4 momentum from Jalen Berger to be able to get into the end zone.
Rebel Nation is loud inside Allegiant Stadium. 30 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. 23-10. 3rd and goal on the 2. Wide spread. Trips left. Berger in the backfield with Yamaleava. It's actually Woods. Throws across the middle. Caught. Touchdown Bruins. It's Gilmer, and he's hitting that Fortnite default dance.
There, right there, he's hitting that little Fortnite shuffle, but flag on the play. Looks like it might be for a pick route right here. And that's exactly what happens. UNLV catches a big break right there. When you are on offense and you're on the goal line, you have the 2 inside slot receivers running out routes to try to pick off the outside receiver and who is running a slant underneath. Right there, that was a big mishap by the UCLA Bruins running into the defender. It is now 3rd and goal from the 17-yard line.
Titus Mokayo Adimalala stopped in his tracks and set the intentional screen. You have to sell it a little bit more and not run directly into the defender and just stop there.
Exactly.
It opened up Gilmer, but at what cost? It is now 3rd and goal from the 17. 14 seconds remain in the 3rd quarter. Trips left. Habermel with the motion to the near side. Yamaleava forced out right. Flag in the backfield and thrown away in the back of the end zone. And this defense is bending but not breaking.
This is a great job by the defensive back secondary, understanding that there is no first down on that play. You have to defend that end zone. They do exactly that. They make sure Nico within the scramble drill has no options to go throw the ball to, he completely airmails it out the back of the end zone.
I am very curious. They had some hesitation bringing the offense off. You still have a whole quarter of play, and if you kick this field goal, it's only a 10-point
game. Right. And again, and that's a top to bottom thing. Sometimes you have to have a high enough football IQ to know that you got to cut your losses and take what the defense is giving you. Let's see if they can make a big field goal here.
34-yard field goal for Bagani here. Snap, hold, kick is up, got the distance, and it's in. Closing the gap just a little bit more. 3 seconds remain in the third quarter. Rebels lead 23-13 here on Rebel Sports Net. $14 plays, 52 yards, 6 minutes and 50-second drive for the Bruins to go back down the field and put up 3. The Rebels lead 23-13. They have yet to score in the second half, but they are now about to get on the field for the second time. We've seen a different shift in this UCLA offense. They were quick in the first half and were getting off the field, but this time they're slower and more methodical and how they're approaching the second half, and it's been paying off so far.
100%, Wyatt. I think you're right on the money with that. It looks like UNLV and UCLA have kind of flipped the script of how they want to play this football game offensively. We've seen long, sustained drives from this UCLA offense, but we still need to see the same thing from UNLV going into this second half. And now that the third quarter is completely almost over, we are heading into the fourth. I need to see UNLV's offense stay aggressive, but understand that the time and clock management is on your side. You need to find a way to finish this football game and not have turnovers, not have penalties that are going to make sure you're playing behind the sticks. You want to play ahead of the sticks.
The Rebels will take the field to close out the third quarter here. 1st and 10 from their own 25. Calandria, play action, quickly throws out to Gums, caught at the 28 and pushing forward and makes his way around the 34-yard line for a pickup of 9, and that's going to send us to the fourth quarter. Stick around for more UNLV football here on Rebel Sports Network. It's a party in Las Vegas. The start of the fourth quarter, 15 minutes to go, and the Rebels are awaiting to go 3-0 here in Allegiant Stadium. They lead 23-13, and Johnny, it's the second time this offense is getting onto the field here in the second half. Who should get the ball more? What should be happening? What is Corey Dennis thinking as we go into the final 15 minutes of this game?
Corey Dennis in this final 15 minutes of this football game has to do exactly what he dialed up on that first play to Marquise Gums. Get first downs, keep the chains moving, keep the clock moving.
2nd and 1 at the 34. Thomas picks up the first down for a gain of 3 and brought down at the 42.
It's a great tackle right there by Scooter Jackson, but again, Jet Thomas understands that that play did not need to be a touchdown. That play simply needed to convert the first down, and that's exactly what Corey Dennis and this offense is going to try to do. They are not going to shoot themselves in the foot. They are not going to limit this offense, and they're not going to put the ball in dangerous positions. They were going to keep the chains moving and keep churning this clock with a 10-point lead.
Gums and Reynolds motion to the right side. Hand off to Thomas there, chugging away, and is brought down at the 43-yard line for a gain of 6.
Again, another great play call by Corey Dennis, knowing that, hey, I have this game in my hands and I can control the outcome of this. I'm going to put it in the guy that I know is going to be sure-handed, and I'm going to allow him to finish this game for us. So far in this drive, we've seen efficient plays being called by Corey Dennis to keep the offense moving and not allow Anthony Calandria to make dangerous plays to put this team in bad situations.
Thomas in motion. Calandria is going to keep it on 2nd and 4. Cuts back inside and picks up the first down around the 49-yard line. Moving the chains here is the UNLV offense.
Good job by Anthony Calandria right there, being able to use his athleticism, understanding that the QB read option or QB speed option on that play was not going to work. What does he do? He breaks down to the middle of the field. Again, I would like to see him being able to get down, not take so many unnecessary hits, but the dude is a baller. He's a gamer. He's going to be physical. But he does exactly what's needed to do to, again, what's the game plan of this drive? Get first downs, keep the clock moving.
Fourth quarter, 13 minutes to go here. Calandria, keeper, great option, getting outside. Gums leading the block, gets through a couple men, down the far sideline, cuts back in, and is brought down inside the red zone at the 17. A 33-yard run there for Calandria.
Calandria has shown so much poise when it comes to running the QB read option game. I don't know if him and Alex Orgy after practice have been going over what they're going to do when it comes to running the football in this offense, but this guy is out here looking like a true dual threat quarterback. Right there, he lets Jaden Jet Thomas take the brunt of the hit, but he does not allow the ball to get fumbled. He pulls it clean and is able to use his legs and athleticism to extend the play and get another big run for this UNLV offense. I have loved what I have seen in the decision-making from Calandria, and it is exactly why UNLV is poised to potentially go 3-0 to start this football season.
The Rebels have to take their second timeout of the half. Coach Mullen livid on the sideline, screaming at the officials. Seemed to be a communication issue as the play clock wind down to 5 before they even got the call inside the huddle. We're going to keep it here on Rebel Sports Net. We're not going to go to break. Johnny, an incredible one, 33 yards, puts him to lead this game so far on the ground. You mentioned already in this game, in this broadcast, how he's a dual threat. But when you take a look at this kid, you know, there's a reason why he's the Mountain West Player of the Week. He's absolutely shined as the QB1 for the Scarlet and Gray, and he's doing it once again here through the air and using his legs.
100%, Wyatt. I think if you look at it, the dude today is 13 for 17, 180 yards and 2 touchdowns. But everything that he has done in this game thus far has been in the means of winning the football game. It's not him coming out here trying to make highlight plays, him playing outside of himself. He has played completely within himself and has been composed and has shown why quarterbacks such as Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and Jalen Hurts at the next level are being successful, because they know as a quarterback you have to be able to be decisive with the decisions that you make out there on the football field. You cannot hesitate. You cannot second guess yourself. And Corey Dennis has also shown enough belief in his quarterback to call plays to put him in the situations to make big plays. And that's exactly what UNLV has been able to do today. And then on top of that, again, the biggest part of winning these football games is not hurting yourself. When you're not having penalties and you're taking care of the football, that is how you're going to win the football game.
Updates from the sideline. It appears to be that Alex Orji is in crutches right now. We do not know the state of Orji, but we do know it is a lower body extremity injury. When we get more, we will update you and notify you of that. With that being said, this offense, an electric first half, slowed down a little bit in the second half. Only one drive. They're on their second one right now, but they're marching down the field, and we're getting glimpses of what we saw early in the first 30 minutes of this game.
Yeah, Wyatt, I think also going into this game, the biggest part of winning this football game was going to be able to start in the trenches and starting with the run game. I think UNLV has shown that they are not just one-faceted when it comes to this offense. They are multifaceted. So being able to have Kevon Lee with his touchdown earlier in this football game and being able to have the passing game, not only with the receivers but with the tight ends, being able to mix all those things, they put so much pressure on a defensive coordinator to game plan for a team like this when there are so many wild cards. And since we're in Vegas, there's so many jokers in this offense that Dan Mullen can pull out any given Sunday or any given Saturday for that matter.
1st and 10 for the Rebels inside UCLA territory at the 17. Bradley, the motion man. Play action looking across the middle. Connects. Gums. He's in. Touchdown Rebels. 17-yard strike to add to the spree we've seen today.
What a rope. Absolute rope by Anthony Calandria, being able to put the ball where only Varkees Gums can get it. And just as I was saying, the wide receivers and running backs are not the only ones that are going to get love in this offense. Dan Mullen loves to be able to use his tight ends to be able to make plays. Who was a guy that coming out of the draft was a notable Dan Mullen product? Kyle Pitts. And what was Varkees Gums been able to do today with that big body and big target size for Anthony Calandria? Make plays. Right there, he has a strong hands catch at the catch point. Touchdown Rebels.
And Gums, the third receiver today to get their first touchdown in the Scarlet and Gray. The Rebels lead 30-13 with 12:04 remaining in this ball game. You're listening to UNLV football here on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back inside Allegiant Stadium. Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves on the call. The Rebels lead 30-13 with 12:04 remaining in this ball game. And an absolute beautiful drive put together by the Scarlet and Gray. 6 plays, 75 yards in under 3 minutes. And it capped off with a 17-yard touchdown to Varkey's Gums from Anthony Calandria for his 3rd passing touchdown of the day.
Exactly, Wyatt. Like you said, Anthony Calandria, 14 of 18, 197 yards and 3 tutties today. That drive was the perfect answer to the drive before where they were stalled out. What did they do? They were able to take the sails out of this UCLA team that was looking for a spark, looking for something, looking for a stop on defense to be able to get the ball back to Nico, and they were not able to do that. Now this UNLV defense is going to continue to have to stay on top of that and understand that, hey, we have these guys with our backs against the wall. We need to keep our foot on their throats and keep the adrenaline going. We have 11 minutes and 58 seconds left in this football game. UNLV has to finish.
The Bruins start their offensive drive at their own 22. Keeps it, throws across the middle, and connects with Matthews, who catches it at the 32 and goes down at the 34 for a gain of 12.
That was a beautiful 5-step slant by Mikey Matthews, being able to take the big hit from Jake Pope. But again, Nico has done a great job of giving his receivers a chance to make plays on the football. You can't count him out at all when it comes to making plays with his arm.
Yamaleava steps back, looking. No one's open. He's going to use his legs. Picks up a gain of 1st down and more. Near midfield, steps out of bounds at the 49 for a gain of 15.
Great job again by the quarterback, keeping the chains moving. When you go through all your progressions and you go through all your reads, sometimes guys are not going to be open and you have to call your own number.
Hurry up offense here. Yamaleava towards the sideline and connects with Peterson for a gain of about 5.
Good job by Peterson being able to be that safety blanket, that security outlet at the tight end position, just being there for Yamaleava, just to be open in that flat, be able to be there for him, catch the football, take those 5 yards, and keep the drive going.
Down by 3 scores here, 30-13, 10:45 and ticking remaining in this ball game. Play action, throws it outside and connects with Peterson. Only a gain of 2 there. It's going to be 3rd and short.
It's a great job by the linebackers right there, being able to stay and read their keys, understand that, again, they try to use the tight ends a lot in this offense. We have to keep that on our top of mind. They were able to bend, not break, setting up a big 3rd down again for this UCLA Bruin team.
Peterson tackled there by Kamwela Kaehua, the junior from Papakoloa, Hawaii. It's 3rd and 3. Pressure up front, delivers and connects with Mokayo Atimalala for the 1st down.
That's a great play call right there, being able to use the bunch formation on the left side of the field and run a simple mesh concept. Simply, mesh is when you're able to have receivers cross over the middle. It looks like we have an injury down on the field, though.
An injured Rebel laying down. We are going to step aside here. When we come back, more Rebel football on the other side. The Rebels lead 30-13 here on Rebel Sports Net. Nico Iamaleava, 22 of 28, 179 yards, and 1 passing touchdown on the day. Looking to up those numbers here on this drive. The Rebels lead 30-13 over the Bruins, who have the ball in UNLV territory at the 39 with 9:54 remaining, and they are trying to keep a fast tempo here, Johnny.
Hell yeah, exactly, Wyatt. That's exactly what they need to do to keep this drive going. But when you're looking at Nico and what they're trying to do out of this offense, I've liked what Nico has done so far in this game, being able to keep the chains moving.
Nico keeping it here up the middle, brought down around the 30-yard line for a gain of 9.
Sometimes you have to call your own number again, and Nico has been able to show that with his big frame, he can use his legs to extend plays and get what's necessary for this team.
Hand off to Woods, and he is short to the line of gain. He's going to be 3rd and 1 here for a gain of 1, brought down at the 30.
Great job right there by Adelaide, being able to meet that running back right there in the hole at that edge position. When you're an edge defender, it's not only about pass rush, pass rush, pass rush. You have to be able to run fit. That's what separates the great edges from the good edges, is being able to be on top of it in the run game and still know that you have to get not only after the quarterback, but after the running back. Now it's another big 3rd and 1 for this UCLA offense that has found themselves in this position all game.
3rd and 1 for the Bruins. Less than 9 minutes to go. Up the middle is Iamaleava, who's going to break free, and he's in. Touchdown Bruins for a 30-yard run. Keeper by Nico Iamaleava.
I mean, I can't say anything bad about the guy. That was the perfect read. Right there as a quarterback, you have to make the best play for the team. What does he see? He sees the simple read option. If you give it to Berger under the gut, he may not get that first down. But what does he do? He keeps the ball. He's able to pull it, use his legs to extend the play, and is able to get the much-needed touchdown for this UCLA Bruin offense. And
the Bruins respond back, but it might be too little too late. 8:50 remaining here in the 4th quarter. Awaiting the PAT, a flag jumping off sides, but Bagani puts it through. It's an educated guess to say that will be put on to the kickoff after this PAT.
Yep.
One of the Rebels on the line of scrimmage jumped, got the offsides there. And the PAT counts, no penalty charge, declined. The Rebels still lead, but the Bruins coming right on their tail. 30-20, 8:50 remaining here on Rebel Sports Net. 8 plays, 78 yards in 3 minutes and 8 seconds. The Bruins go down the field and answer back the UNLV touchdown. They now cut the lead to 10, but the Rebels of UNLV are ready to keep pushing and put them away.
Exactly. I think this UNLV offense coming to finish this drive with 8 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Corey Dennis is going to call plays with the mindset of, again, get first downs, keep the clock moving, and be able to use Jet Thomas, Kevon Lee, Jalen Glover in this running game to get out of Allegiant Stadium 3-0 and finish these UCLA Bruins to win this battle of the West Coast.
Jet Thomas, 11 carries, 57 yards on the day. Only 11-yard long carry there as a squib kick from Bagani, fielded by Glover at the 10, and he's going to take a knee at the 12. So this offense is about to come take the field. We're so used to seeing Jaden Thomas more involved, and it's interesting to say that because he has 11 carries. Normally we see him in triple digits on the ground, and we haven't seen him in the end zone yet. But, you know, still being able to utilize him as a decoy and being able to use that to make up some plays and create big opportunities for this offense.
I also think Dan Mullen knows that this season is going to be a long season. You have to keep these guys engaged. You have to keep these guys fresh. Rotating these running backs out and keeping them a part of these wins is much needed.
Speaking of the depth, Glover up the middle there, brought down at the 16 for a gain of 4.
And just like in the NFL, if you look at any team in the NFL, they are going to, unless you have a Saquon Barkley or a Jahmyr Gibbs, and even for some of those guys, they still are part of a running back committee. Running backs, when you're going through all these holes and you're getting hit by safeties, linebackers, defensive linemen, those hits take a toll. So being able to rotate guys in and keeping everybody fresh is vital when it comes to UNLV and their football team.
Shotgun formation for the Rebels. Glover motion to the near side. Calandria wants to throw it quick. Pressure on the outside. Has to get rid of it. Thrown, picked, intercepted, and returned for a touchdown. A disastrous play there. Returned by Devin Ipiu. What a play and turn of events for the Bruins.
What a great job by the Bruins being able to keep Calandria in the pocket for as long as they could. And then when you have the scramble drill, Anthony Calandria, you have to know better. You have to understand I either am going to eat this sack, take the loss, and keep it moving, or I need to throw the football away. Right there, if you're already on the way down, you can't put the ball back into play.
He tried to make something happen in a bad situation, and it got worse. That play there allows the Bruins to be in a one-score game, which they have not been at all until now. And after review from the referees, the offense will come back out. They marked him down at the 5-yard line. So no interception, no pick six. But a close call, and your heart dropped if you're a UNLV Rebel fan, but taking a sigh of relief. Now, if you're a UCLA fan, you're like, what is going on?
If you're a UNLV fan, Christmas came early because that play was a play that UNLV football fans would have remembered and hated for a very long time. Luckily, the referees today, I don't know if the fix is in, but the UNLV Rebels got away with a big one right there. That is a play Anthony Calandria, when he goes back on tape, Dan Mullen is going to say you cannot make that play. Luckily right there, he got a very early Christmas gift. Let's see if the Rebels can make something happen on this 3rd and 17, but they need to get space for a punt.
These referees are brought to you by the Big Ten. Might want to add that one for those sitting at home thinking that that was a fixed play. A run up the middle there to try to give some room for the punter for UNLV, Cam Brown. It will now be 4th and long from their own 7, and they're going to have to punt this one away.
It's a great job again by UNLV. You got to cut your losses sometimes. Sometimes you have to make the most of your situation and play situational football. You understand time, score, and possession. There's 7 minutes and 23 seconds going on the clock. You need to be able to make sure this punt does not get blocked in the end zone.
Brown with the punt. Matthews back to receive it. lets him know to let it go, and it rolls out of bounds around the 49, 50-yard line. There's a flag on the play near the line of scrimmage, and Dan Mullen, with his headset off, is displeased.
It's a good job by UNLV, just staying disciplined. Thankfully, they were able to get that play reversed and get that ball back and not let it be 7 points for this UCLA Bruin offense. But if you're UCLA with 7 minutes on the clock and knowing that UNLV is potentially going to get the football back, you want to score quick here. Whether it's 3 points or whether it's 7, you want to be able to score quick and allow your offense to have at least another opportunity to get the football.
They will repunt here. An illegal substitution from UNLV came on too late. So they will repunt it half the distance to the goal line. It remains to be 4th down. 7:11 remaining in the 4th quarter here in Allegiant.
That's very key, like you said, Wyatt, reviewing that play, that it is going to be half the distance to the goal. That means that now when they're making this punt formation, they have to make sure that the punter is protected and there is no plays in the end zone, whether that be a safety or whether that be a touchdown for the defense, that is going to harm this UNLV offense and not allow them to be in a good position for the rest of this football game.
Cam Brown from Coolangatta, Australia, following in the footsteps of former Rebel Charlton Butt. He signed mid-year and enrolled in January. Brown with the punt from the 4-yard line. That one's going to bounce to midfield. Matthews fetches it, and a great tackle, but broken up by Matthews, unable to get anywhere and swarmed by the Gunners of UNLV, and a flag on the play near the return.
It's a great job right there by gunner Caden McGee, understanding that when you're a receiver and you're on special teams, it's not something that you're just supposed to gloat about. You're supposed to still play with effort. What does he do? He makes a good effort to try to wrap up Mikey Matthews, but he allows for his team to rally to the football, make a play to cover that, and not allow any big plays for this UCLA Bruin team.
A 43-yard punt that stopped him at the Rebel 46 will now be at the UCLA 43-yard line for a holding. And now Nico Iamaleava, fresh off a 30-yard rushing touchdown, is taking the field once again, down 10, looking to bring it closer to a one-score game.
This is a very big moment for Nico right here. There's a lot of scouts in the building trying to see what this guy is made out of. Let's see if he's able to put together another solid drive for the Bruins, or if they're going to make mistakes happen in this game again.
Flick to Thomas, running down the left side, and brought down by McDuffie. Ball is loose, but he is down by contact at the 50-yard line. A gain of 7 there.
Good play call right there by the Bruins, being able to get their running back into space using that jet motion, but then also great contain and great pursuit by Marcel McDuffie, understanding that I need to get through my blocks, but I'm also going to make a secure tackle on the running back. He does just that on the play.
6.5 minutes remain in this ball game. The Rebels lead 30-20. 2nd and 3 for the Bruins here. Iamaleava with Berger in the backfield. Berger up the middle, got some room to run. Inside Rebel territory, brought down at the 30. Good play there for a 20-yard gain.
That's a good job by Berger, just exploding through that hole and getting to the second level, doing exactly what you're supposed to do as a running back. Biggest key of that play, though, when those linebackers and safeties come down to hit, they are not also looking for the tackle, but they're looking to strip the football. What does Berger do? He contains the football, keeps it tucked, keeps it away, does not allow any turnovers right there.
Trips right. Iamaleava one-on-one, down the far sideline, incomplete pass. Welch on the coverage, but they're going to get him for pass interference. The ball intended for Quasi Gilmer on the far sideline, unable to connect, but defensive PI.
It looks like that was another play right there by Laterrence Welch for the second week in a row now that he's had a pass interference call on him. But when you're a defensive back in that situation, and you gotta understand time, score, and distance. Right there, UCLA tries to dial up just a simple fade ball, trying to get something going to the end zone. LaTerrence Welsh was in good phase, good looking back to the football. But when you are in phase like that, you have to allow the ref to see you actually look back for the football. If you completely run into the offensive player in that situation, it will be a PI every single time.
15-yard penalty puts the Bruins at the Rebel 15. Over the seam, intended for Peterson, off his fingertips, and a drop pass there would have been a touchdown had he caught it.
UCLA in this offense tried to do exactly what UNLV and Anthony Calandri were doing, hitting balls with the tight end across the seam. When you're able to have those big targets, they're big guys. It almost reminds me of last week on the very first possession for UCLA, where Mikey Matthews was overthrown by Nico on a ball right down the seam again. They wish they could get that ball back because they would have been able to score with 5 minutes and 38 seconds left on the clock.
2nd and 10 at the Rebel 15, 8 on the play clock. Matthews in motion to the far side. Has to get rid of it quickly across the middle. Some contact. No flag intended for Gilmer.
Great coverage right there by Amaris Brown. And then you see him with the bad boys doing the back-to-back guns blazing animation emote. But right there, the best part about it was he was able to be disciplined. He did not get there early. He was able to have a great defensive possession and make sure that the wide receiver was still not going to be able to make a play on the ball. Key for that play, getting Nico to rush the ball out.
The Bruins have been 3 of 12 on 3rd down. 3rd and 10 here at the 15. Firing for the corner of the end zone, way overthrown, intended for Gilmer. No flags on the play, and a huge 3rd down stop there by the secondary. Powdrell on the coverage.
There you go. You see Andrew Powdrell with his hands behind his back, almost indicating like, I didn't have to do much. I have the seatbelt. I got this guy. And that was man-to-man coverage right there. And Nico had nowhere to go with the football. Now UCLA, unfortunately, is going to have to settle for 3 in this situation, but there still is a lot of time left in this football game. If they get the 3 here, they're putting themselves in a good position to get the football back with this time on the clock.
32-yard field goal for the Bruins. Mateen Bagani. Kick is up and good. Puts it through. It is now a 1-score game. The Rebels, with no timeouts remaining, lead 30-23 with 5:25 left in this ball game. You're listening to UNLV football here on Rebel Sports Net. Six plays, 42 yards, and it ends in a field goal make by Bagani. The Bruins trail by 7 here in Allegiant Stadium. If you're now just joining us, the Rebels had an incredible first half, 23 points, but now they've been held to 7 in the second half. They only lead by a touchdown here, Johnny, and it's close, coming down to the distance. 5:25 remains in this ball game.
Coming down to the wire here, Wyatt. Everything that UNLV football has to do has to be on disciplined, smart plays. And that starts with Anthony Calandria. Anthony Calandria got away with a very big play that should have been a touchdown, could have been a touchdown. The refs marked that he was down. On this drive, Corey Dennis needs to, again, focus on getting first downs. And what does he have? An ultimate weapon to do that. You have to get the ball to Jet Thomas, allow him to churn this clock, and allow him to get first downs for this team.
The nationally recognized running back here, Jet Thomas. Quick dump off to Bradley in a PA boot. Caught at the 27 and brought down at the 31 for a gain of 6.
And again, right there, If you're looking at this game, who would have thought that going into the fourth quarter, that would be Jaden Bradley's first catch of this game? Maybe if you guys have watched that Eagles versus Cowboys game where A.J. Brown only had one target for 8 yards, sometimes what it takes to win a football game is a team game. You have to be able to keep everybody involved. Right there, what does Corey Dennis do? He dials up a great play and uses Anthony Calandria's legs in the bootleg to start the drive.
Calandria on 2nd and 4 at their own 31. Hand off to Thomas up the middle. Close to the line to gain, but he's going to be short for 3rd down.
This is a big 3rd down here for UNLV. UNLV, again, knowing where the ball is, knowing the time and scoring situation, you have to call a play here if you're Corey Dennis to get somebody in space. Just like the call that you just called to give Jaden Bradley wide open space to get an easy pitch and catch. If I'm Corey Dennis, I'm allowing Anthony Calandria to use his legs. He can pick his poison. Either use his legs to run for the 1st down or hit the easy receiver for a pickup. Let's see what they dial up here.
Calandria by himself in the backfield. They took out Jet Thomas, the jet sweep option, and he's going to use his own legs, as you just said, partner, for the 1st down at the 37.
That's exactly what Corey Dennis does. He's able to use number 4, D'Angelo Irvin, in that jet sweep motion perfectly because it's able to shift the defense. Now you're able to have Anthony Calandria use his toughness, use his legs, put his head down, put his shoulder down, pick up a big 1st down to keep not only the chains moving, but keep the clock running. Now it looks like they're under 3 minutes and 30 seconds in this football game.
Rebels lead 30-23 here in the 4th quarter. 3:25 left in this ball game. 1st and 10 at their own 37. Thomas in the backfield. Handoff from shotgun formation and brought down for a gain of 1. His forward momentum will stop at the 38.
Good job by Jet Thomas. Again, just taking what the defense gives you. Every run is not going to be a home run. UCLA did a great job right there being able to contain Jet Thomas, not make him bounce out, be able to have any other running lanes. Now it's 2nd and 9. UNLV, again, continue to make the right plays. You are still got a lot of time in this football game, and you're also getting to the point where UCLA is going to have to waste some of those timeouts if you do happen to get a stop. I like to see Corey Dennis continue to be aggressive so far on this drive.
Widespread offense here, 2nd and 9 at their own 38. Calandria looking to pass across the middles. Open Thomas, he slows down, hits him in the hand and dropped a huge home run ball there. Had a couple steps on his man, but unable to complete it.
Right there, you see why Jet Thomas, unfortunately, is a running back. If you are a wide receiver, you are not slowing down. You're able to run under that ball, use your momentum, and that's exactly what Anthony Calandria thought he was going to do. He thought he was going to be able to run under that football, get a secure catch, and basically get a silencer, a backbreaker for this UNLV defense. Now you have an incomplete pass, which stops the clock with 2 minutes and 32 seconds, and UCLA does not have to waste timeouts. This 3rd down call is huge for the Rebels.
3rd and 9 at their own 38. Calandria looking, has to throw it away, and a good defensive stop there by UCLA. Bring on the punting unit for the Rebels.
UNLV right there, that is going to be a play. These last 2 plays that they are going to wish that they got back. UCLA now is in a prime position to put themselves back into this football game with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. They have not only the 2-minute warning, but they still have their timeouts. Let's see if they're able to actually play disciplined football and potentially tie up this football game.
The punt by Brown backs Matthews up at the 20 for about a 42-yard punt. We're going to step aside here. The Rebels lead 30-23, but the Bruins are running the tables here in Vegas. You're listening to Rebel Sports Network. Thanks for sticking with us here on Rebel Sports Network. Inside the broadcast booth, Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves on the call. The Bruins have an opportunity to tie this ball game up. 2:19 remaining, 1st and 10 at their own 19. Nico Iamaleava dumps it off to Berger off the right side, picks up the first down and more, but there's a penalty flag at the 27. This one might come back.
It is going to come back. What you see right there, you have a Morris Brown, or matter of fact, that is actually Marcel McDuffie getting a hand to the face mask on a beautifully called screen pass by UCLA. And again, what did I say before this drive started? UCLA needs to not make mistakes. What do they do the first play of the drive? They get a penalty to pull this right back.
Another penalty on this offense for UCLA, this time on number 74, Julian Armella. That is their 14th penalty for over 120 yards of the day. You cannot afford to do that, and an opportunity like this to go down the field and potentially tie or take the lead with a 2-point conversion.
Exactly, Wyatt. Plays like that are what are going to be backbreakers to your team. You do not want to shoot yourselves in the foot and allow teams to catch a break because of decisions that you made.
First down and 16, but before the snap, the clock was running, and that's going to take us to the 2-minute timeout here in Las Vegas inside Allegiant Stadium. The Rebels lead 30-23 at the 2-minute timeout. You're listening to Rebel Football here on Rebel Sports Net. Welcome back to the entertainment capital of the world here inside Allegiant Stadium. Wyatt, Touchet, and Johnnie Graves on the call. The Bruins with an opportunity led by Nico Iamaleava to capitalize on an opportunity to tie or take the lead. The Rebels lead 30-23 with 2 minutes remaining. It is 1st and 16 for the Bruins at their own 13.
Right here, this is looking like a little bit of a road to glory moment right now for Nico Iamaleava. Right now, he has the back against the wall, and it's going to be on him to lead this football team in a great drive.
Shotgun formation. Iamaleava fires across the middle, almost intercepted, batted down by Blessing Alualu Tuiole Modu, the sophomore from Kali'i, Hawaii.
That is a great job by Blessing, being able to be right there on that seam. We've mentioned the seam multiple times today. Right there, he's able to perfectly play underneath coverage, which is in a hook zone curl. That's going to be about 8 to 10 yards deep. He perfectly plays that zone and puts one hand on it. If he's in better position, that might have been an interception for the Rebels.
Rebels lead 30-23, minute 55, 2nd and 16. Iamaleava towards the corner here on the near sideline, and Gilmer comes down with it at the 33. What a great catch there for 20 yards.
What an amazing job by Nico being able to float this ball over the cover 2 zone coverage. He's able to put Gilmer, who is running the perfect corner route, and hit him perfectly on the money. Gilmer's able to catch it, complete it, get 2 feet down inbounds, which is legal on Saturdays and Sundays, for a big pickup for this UCLA Bruin football team.
It is now 1st and 10 at the 33. Iamaleava looking to find similar success on this drive. Looking right on the outside and connects with Staples, who catches it at the 40, but is stopped for forward momentum.
Right there by Staples, just running a simple, quick, and easy comeback. Just a sit route, just a simple curl, 4-yard curl.
2nd and 3 at the 40. Hit as he throws, connects again to Staples. Good throw and catch there.
Great
UCLA
job right
is moving
there.
the ball down the field.
That's an amazing job right there by Nico, being able to stand in the pocket, take a huge hit from Joseph, and deliver the pass.
Inside UNLV territory at the 48. Dump off to Woods. He goes outside and picks up the 1st down at the 38.
Woods showing so much athleticism as a check down artist right there for Nico. Nico, what does he do? He understands I need to keep the ball moving downfield, and he's able to just simply dump it off to his running back, take the yards that he gives him, and allow his playmaker to make plays. Nico's able to give him that ball. Woods completely jumps over a man on that run.
Woods was pushed out of bounds by Alualutue Olemodu. Now Berger is in the game with Iamaleava in the backfield. Fires towards the sideline and connects with Gilmer again, this time at the Rebel 24. Another 1st down here. They're moving the chains and having great chemistry late in this game with 1:09 remaining.
Right there, you see this UNLV defense is huffing and puffing. There has been so much no-huddle offense going on right now because UCLA is working against the clock. But because of that, UNLV's defense has not been fully set. Right there on that play, the UNLV tried to get after Nico. He was able to stand in a pocket, deliver on the out route to Gilmer again, and is now going into plus territory, heading into the red zone. Let's see what UCLA does here.
Iamaleava on 1st and 10. Scanning the field. Stiff arms a man. Has to throw near the sideline. Incomplete. Almost intercepted there by Powdrell. But even if he caught it, his foot would not have been in bounds.
Great job by Powdrell and Pope, both trying to make a play on the football right there. Understanding that, yes, Nico is scrambling out of the pocket, but we cannot leave our man. We still have to play hip-to-hip coverage as a defensive back. They stay poised, and they also do not get any holding calls or pass interference calls, which would move the ball for this UCLA defense, or UCLA offense, I'm sorry.
2nd and 10, and Rebel Nation is sounding off loud here inside Allegiant Stadium. The Rebels lead 30-23, less than a minute to go here. 2nd and 10 for the Bruins at the Rebel 24. Across the middle, tipped up in the air, intercepted! Morris Brown for the 3rd week in a row. The defensive player of the week in the Mountain West comes up big with a clutch interception tipped by the anchor of the defense, Marcel McDuffie.
Marcel McDuffie with the play of the game this Saturday. What is this defense known for? Tips and overthrows. When you are Nico Iamaleava, you do not want to make that pass in the middle of the defense because the linebackers are reading your eyes. What is Marcel McDuffie, the captain, the leader and Mike linebacker of this defense? What does he do? He gets hands on the football, and Morris Brown cleans up his mess. He has been able to make plays at that star nickelback position that UNLV has needed to win these 3 weeks, and that is exactly the statement and win that UNLV needs to continue on with their seasons thus far.
Iamaleava and the Bruins roll the dice, and the house wins again in Vegas. Now awaiting this offense to put this game away with 52 seconds remaining. The Bruins do have 2 timeouts. 1st and 10 at the 13. Irvin, motion jet. It's going to be a keeper for Calandria. He picks up the first down and is brought down in field of play at the 26. A great play there by the Rebels.
Anthony Calandria doing his best Justin Herbert impression, getting down outside of the pocket, using that QB run read, and is simply able to get a first down, which is exactly what the Rebels needed to win this game at home. Now the Rebels can come out in victory formation and know that they did everything that they needed to do to win this football game today.
The Bruins take their second timeout of the half. 44 seconds remain, partner, and the Rebels are in great command here late in this ball game.
Yes, Wyatt. The Rebels did exactly what they needed to do and made timely plays when they needed them most. Nico Yamalieva wants that ball back, and when you're playing a team like this, UNLV, who has played 2 games so far in which they have gone against competition that was ready to play, they have come into this game showing that the experience and the practices and what Dan Mullen has preached since he has came here and started his era, it is certainly paying off.
In victory formation, Calandria takes the knee. And there's a 1 to 2 second difference between the game clock and the play clock. And Calandria's fired up on the field with this exclamation win here at Allegiant.
If you are a UNLV Rebel fan, leaving this stadium or in general, you have to be happy with the way this team has came out and performed. They knew they were going to this game against a Power 5 opponent. They knew it was a Big Ten matchup. But what did they do? They played organized, smart football. For the UCLA Bruins, they did not make the necessary adjustments, did not play clean football when it mattered most, and that is exactly why they find themselves down 30-23, and UNLV is going to be able to ride off into this next game against Miami of Ohio, and then in the conference play, riding high.
And the Rebels with the final knee. They win big in Vegas, and they send the message to the whole nation. They're legit. 3-0 on the season under head coach Dan Mullen, and the Rebels in the scarlet and gray are ready to take over what is soon to be the Mountain West champions of this league.
Yes, Wyatt. I think everything that the Rebels have shown thus far in these first 3 games is not only are they going to be able to handle adversity, but they are going to make plays that are going to win football games week in and week out. And that starts with their leaders, Amaris Brown, Marcel McDuffie, Jet Thomas, and now the leader and quarterback 1, hopefully for the rest of this football season, Anthony Calandria. They have all done their jobs and played their role to a T, and UNLV fans have to be happy with how Dan Mullen has led this football team to start this new regime.
All eyes on the Mountain West Championship and the college football playoffs for the Rebels. They win this one 30-23, and of course the player of the game, Anthony Calandria, 15-21, 203 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and 59 yards on the ground. Any last?
Anthony Calandria, again, for the 2nd week in a row, has shown exactly why he is a leader on this football team, and he is going to be a quarterback that Dan Mullen is going to be able to trust here in his first year with the Rebels. He played extremely well today outside of that one play that ended up being down. But, again, you play where the refs call you, man. Sometimes things are going to go your way, sometimes they're not. But I think the Rebels coming out of this game, they have to be riding high. The biggest thing, though, is they have to stay on top of schedule. They cannot let this newfound success get to their heads. They need to continue to have this humble mentality, this play-to-win mentality, and everything will work itself out. Going into Mountain West play, they have to be at the top of everyone's list when you are looking at the future of this football team.
The UNLV Rebels win big in prime time in the sports capital of the world. 30-23 to go 3-0 under head coach Dan Mullen, and they are celebrating with the band here now. From all of us here at Rebel Sports Network, special thank you to Jack Bridges for helping this broadcast get going. Wyatt Touchet and Johnnie Graves on the call. Have a good one. See you later, folks.